Can y'all hear me out there? Good afternoon. Wait, is it afternoon for me yet? Not quite. It's still morning for me, kinda. I don't understand. I don't know how the world works. You're in Australia, but you're 2 hours ahead of me. I always thought Australia was slightly to the east of Japan. I don't understand. Oh, daylight savings time. So, still, I have to look at a map again because I guess it's a hemisphere perspective. Because I thought Japan was further to the. I mean, no, wait, yeah. I thought Japan was further east than Australia. I thought Australia was further west than Japan, yeah. But apparently, supposedly, you're telling me I'm wrong. Well, then. Move the chat over. Australia's right below on the map, but it's very wide, so daylight savings time changes things, I guess. But still, she's 2 hours difference now. Like, I always knew somehow. I feel like I knew New Zealanders were. How many friggin' Kiwis do we have? And I don't know that I've ever heard a New Zealander in our chat, which is weird. You'd think over the years at some point maybe they're just quiet. All right, guys. I guess I'm ready to. I'll just wait a little bit here. I'll bring it in. I'll bring myself in. Might as well, right? Welcome to the pre-show. Hugo is begging for attention. While I let everybody arrive, I'll just kind of go like this. Yeah, there's got to be some Kiwis out there. I know that we've had plenty of Australian fans, but Hugo, you're ridiculous, pal. You guys hear this? I need the second mic on Hugo. Oh. New Zealand's like the Canada to Australia's America, right? Isn't there kind of like some sort of contention between the nations and some like don't compare us to them type of attitude? Little buddy. I know that, yeah, New Zealanders don't like being called Australians. We don't mind New Zealand. There's some coarse words about how close they are to their sheep. I was gonna say that. I was about to say that. Like, I know that New Zealanders are touchy about being called sheep fuckers. I know that. I think Australians and New Zealanders have some a little bit of a rivalry when it comes to some things. I don't know, like, I don't know too much about New Zealand besides that it's beautiful. I don't even know what its size is like. Because maps distort things, so you can't, even if I could, like, compare it. There's that amazing website. Actually, I might just do that right now. That website that lets you... Welcome to the pre-show, everybody. I'm waiting for everybody to turn up first, and then we'll get started on our draft. But right now we're talking about Australia and New Zealand and its relation relative to Japan, east and west-wise, and also sheep buggery. Oh, it looks like I lost all battery on this thing. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. There's that website that lets you drag around things on the map, which gives you a better perspective for size of nations, because maps are always distorted, kind of. I think it's called, like, I don't know, True Size Map or something. And you can drag things on top of other parts of the map. The True Size of, or the truesize.com. And then you go and you find a nation, or like you search it. Oh wow, yeah, Australia's like straight down, and then the east side of Australia is like further east than Japan. I always pictured it was just a little bit further to the west in my head, like it's Japan and Australia and no, not Austria, Australia. And New Zealand, which is way over. I thought New Zealand was much closer to mainland Australia in my mind's eye. So New Zealand is like maybe about like 70% the size of Japan-ish, give or take. It's hard to say. Like Hokkaido is about the size of the northern part of New Zealand. So I'd say like maybe Japan has about 30% to 40% more landmass than New Zealand. That's interesting. Australia is much bigger than Japan. But of course it has tons of unused space, just like Canada. How does Australia compare to Canada? Wow, yeah, so Australia is very similar in size to Canada. Like, it's funny, the divot at the top of Australia is almost like the cutout of Canada's Hudson Bay. I don't know what that divot's called in Australia. What's that sea? Is it a sea? The Arafura Sea. Somebody asked if we're streaming the Game Awards. Yes, we will be streaming the Game Awards. I know that everybody expects me to, like, I'm always quite principled and, like, ready to boycott things based on things discontent, but in the case of the Game Awards, I don't feel like there's gonna be much difference for not watching. I mean, everybody's watching no matter what. And even if you don't watch, all of the trailers he showcases will become must-watch trailers. So, like, the tie-ins and advertisements that he got money for already does its job regardless, right? So I would rather just use the platform and the event to occasionally rant and talk to my viewership about what bullshit it all is. Jeff Keighley definitely hurt his brand in the last few days. So the thing is, I've been like, I've been calling attention to the fact that he's been silent for like the last 2 years on things. The guy never speaks up when there are obvious things as a head of the industry. Like, he's been as somebody who's like one of the top voices in the industry, anytime there's controversy in the industry, you'll see almost everybody weigh in. Anybody who's anybody weighs in. Journalists, streamers, even heads of companies will, like, when there's something truly reprehensible, they'll weigh in. Especially in the case of Activision Blizzard. But he's always silent. He's always silent, and silence speaks volumes. Somebody quoted Desmond Tutu. I believe this is a real quote. When you stay neutral, I'm paraphrasing. When you choose neutrality, in the case that anytime that you choose to remain neutral, you're choosing the side of the oppressor. Anyways. I'm not even going to get into how off base you are, Eternal CMO, in the shadow chat. Can't even begin to educate that opinion in a pre-show. All right, we're going to start soon. I think everybody's going to tune in is tuned in. Got my coffee almost ready. Hugo has taken his leave. This fucking guy, man. Oh, I think he's getting better, but there are some nights where my sleep is interrupted 2 or 3 times because of his demands. He'll cry in my face. He'll come downstairs and just whine, and I have to get up. Last night in particular, I got up a couple times because I wanted to keep him quiet for Becky because she's off doing her test right now. She's taking the big N5 exam for Japanese proficiency. It's the first step to proving that you know how to speak the language. But we're just people living in a Hugo world. That's true. Got S in the shadow chat saying they're a Hugo apologist. Well, See, do you hear that? I don't know if you hear that. He's upstairs whining now because he's like, he's decided I should be upstairs because that's where he wants to be, but it's not enough for him. He'd like to be upstairs and getting pets. That's the nature of the Hughes. He's a real fucker. Yeah. You gonna hop up on there? There you go. You can tell it's morning. I look older than usual. Heavy eyes. Anybody ever wake up in the morning and use Face ID on their phone or their iPad? You open up your phone or your iPad and it uses the face recognition to unlock itself, and you're like, how the fuck did you recognize me? Sometimes I open up my iPad right after I like wake up and I'm like this. I'm like, and like it unlocks. I'm like, what? You're telling me that the security of my iPad depends on a person who doesn't, if a dude breaks into my house who looks like this, you're letting him into my iPad? I don't like it. All right, guys. Let us begin. Welcome to the show. The pre-show is over. Now it's time for Magic the Gathering Arena, which I've been playing off show to make sure that I grind out my gold. I get my, like, it's not enough just to get the, for me, well, I'm also earning decks as I go. Like, every day you get to earn a new deck. I don't know how many decks you get before they stop giving you new decks, but, like, I cannot get over the value put into this game for free. This blows Hearthstone out of the water. Because, like, if I just wanted to play some simple games in Hearthstone, I don't care about drafting. And drafting, while it is cheaper with real world money to draft or to do an arena run than it is in Magic, you can't earn, in Hearthstone, you cannot earn a way to do a draft. There's no way to earn it. There's no way to transfer, like, trade cards, create dust, or, like, there's no way to earn matches money to do an arena run. You can't do free arena runs. You have to pay for your arena runs, period. Unless they've changed something since I stopped playing like a year ago. In this, you can. You just keep playing every day, and you earn gold, and then you get to do arena runs if that's your choice of play, and that is my choice of play. That's all I like to play. In addition to that, Garmto Vampire says that Arena Open, if you win 3 matches in the best of 3 style, you get your entry fee back. You gain entry and 6 matches of the 2 I don't understand what you're saying quite. Oh, like, you're talking about the Arena Open here is to win real world money. It's a very steep entry fee, but you're telling me if you win 3, you get your money back or your entry fee back? Interesting. Winning 3 is, that sometimes you don't win at all. But anyways, the other thing with Magic is, like I was about to say, I'm earning new decks every day, basic decks. In Hearthstone, if I want to play a new set, if a new set's released and I want to play simple games just to climb the ladder, see how good I can do, I'm not too serious. I don't want the best cards in the world. I just want to just sort of climb up a little bit, have some fun matches. In Hearthstone, you have to slowly, like, it's faster than other free-to-play games out there, but it's still slow to earn new packs of cards when a new set comes out. This, good lord, you earn packs fast. And you get entire base decks for free. Each day, they give you a new base deck, and the base decks have, like, the basic stratagems that the set is based around. So you got, like, your default cards right off the bat. You're not, like, trying to craft, like, just the basic cards in order to put together a deck, which can get quite expensive and use up your dust. Forget about using dust to create, like, rares and stuff. Like, anyways, it can take a long time just making a basic deck, and I know that from experience when I tried to do a free-to-play run shortly before I stopped playing Hearthstone. So I think I've said my piece. I'll probably continue saying this. I'm so impressed by Wizards of the Coast and the value that they've put into the game for free, for the free player. And I think that they'll probably still earn a really decent amount of money because it is crack still, and like you really want more. There's sometimes where you're like, you're just like, I've been enjoying the game so much, I'm happy to toss in a little bit of money. I'll put in $10 to get my next draft run right now, So anyways, the system works maybe. Let's play a draft run. Let's do, it's called, I'm so far, maybe one day I'll do traditional draft, but right now I continue to do quick draft, which is against bots. You draft against a virtual drafting table, and then you play your up to your guaranteed 3 games and up to, I don't know what the top number of games can be, I think 7 or 8. You play them against a pool of players that also drafted against bots. So unlike real life drafting, you're not playing the table that you drafted with. So there is a little bit of change in strategy. Because reading the table might not, you don't know the pool of players you're going to be up against. You also, the computer, we don't know what the AI is like. I don't know what the AI is like in terms of its meta drafting, what it considers to be good cards or not. I'm sure it's pretty good though, considering, like, I've seen, like, the AI seems to be pretty good in this game so far in other respects. But so we have 450 gems. So if I were to be able to get up to, say, 3 wins today, I will get another draft. If I can win 3, just 3. I think yesterday, the last draft, 2 days ago, I got 4 wins. If I can get just 3, I get another free draft. But we're going to have fun along the way. All right, let's jump in. The other good thing about Quick Draft is because I'm up against a computer, I get unlimited time to make my decisions, which is really nice for being able to sit here and discuss things with you guys. And keep in mind, this is my second draft, and I've only been playing the base decks outside on the show. So I don't know the cards, so I'll be learning the cards as I draft, as I play and as I draft. So we start with a land, which is always good in a draft because it's applicable across the board usually. This one, what the fuck is a diamond? Add diamond. Is that a new? Pay 1 life. What the fuck is a diamond? That's colorless mana, but colorless mana, oh, I guess generic mana is a circle with a number in it, whereas diamond is colorless. They gave it a symbol. Well, pay 1 life, add 1 mana of any color, spend this mana only to cast vampire spell. So if I go into this, I'm committing a little bit to vampires. However, 5 mana lets me create a blood token. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each vampire you control. So, okay. This seems like a pretty good card because while it does cost, but I can only use it to cast vampires. I'm going to look at other cards. Like, this is very specific, I think. You're really committing early here to vampires, and who knows, we're going to be past too many vampires. I want to see something else first. We used this in a previous draft. It's not as powerful as we first looked at, this Magma Pummeler. I loved Becky's, like, picturing of the flavor of this card, the idea that it explodes and these little bits of lava go everywhere and hurt things, but unfortunately, it's only 1 target, not as many as you want. Which is too bad, because the flavor really works of the idea of splatters of lava. So basically it comes out as big as you want based on how much X you play, and then when it dies, it explodes, and the X becomes damage to another creature. But not as good as I first thought, but I do like that because of the nature of limited is that it scales with time is nice because it works like it's a very expensive 1/1. It costs 3 mana to drop on turn 1.
and it's a 4 mana 2/2, which is quite expensive, you know? But when you start to get into like 6 mana 4/4 on your ninth turn, a 6 mana 4/4 is not a bad thing, really. That doesn't matter. Or, like, you know, if you only have that many mana, or if you have 9 mana on your ninth turn and you're bringing out a 7/7, that's not that bad. So it scales to potentially insane levels. And it says that much damage to any target. So, meaning that late game, this is guaranteed damage to the face potentially, unless they use like a pacifism to like just block it on the board. If they kill it, if it comes out as a 10/10, and then they use like destroy target creature on it, they're taking 10 to the face potentially. So that's pretty good in limited. It's a good limited card, I think. But this being my first pack, I may make decisions based on what I'd like to play. Oh, well, this is very good. Evolving Wilds is a very good card as a common. Sorry, I skipped down. This will probably... my eyes go places when I see something I know. This is a good card regardless, because it's mana fixing, and it's mana... I forget the term, but when you take mana out of your deck, you're whittling down your deck to just non-land cards. Like, taking lands out of your deck is a good thing, because it increases deck thinning. Yeah, that's what they call it. As the game goes on, when you use cards like this, you have more chance of getting non-land cards, which is what you want as you continue to play. Infestation Expert. I don't know this card. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, create a 1/1 green insect creature token. It's a day bound. Meaning that when it turns night, meaning any time that nobody plays anything in a turn, night comes and it turns into a werewolf. Whenever infested werewolf enters the battlefield or attacks, okay, I need to know, nightbound, daybound, does that count as when they switch? Does that count as entering the battlefield when they transform? It doesn't count as entering the battlefield. So when the fuck is infested werewolf going to enter the battlefield? If transforming doesn't count. I mean, maybe... Oh, is it double-sided? Does this mean I can cast either side? No, I can't, because one has no casting cost. But if you were to flicker it, it would count. What happens when you bounce transformed cards, daybound, nightbound cards? Do they turn back into their original face? I guess? And just transform when they come back out. Yeah, that has to be how it works. Create 2 1/1 insect creatures when it attacks. It's kind of a slow card. 3/4 for 5 mana is kind of... It's pretty slow. And you have to wait a full turn before you get to use its transform cost. So even if you were to pass a turn, this is a very slow card. I don't love it. If it's already night, then you cast it, would transform right away. Not a huge fan. Alright, so Vile Spawn Spider, 2/3 for 2 mana. Great if you're committing to green-blue, which is a risky thing to do in an early pack. We don't know what's going to be being passed to us. Reach. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. So you take a card from your library, put it into the graveyard. Reach. It can block creatures with flying. 2/3. This is a... If you're in blue-green, this is an amazing value. And it has this ability where you pay 4 mana, sacrifice it, create a 1/1 green insect creature token for each creature card in your graveyard. Activates only, so it grabs... If you have tons in your graveyard, you get a ton of insects. And the thing is, because this can be done like when it's blocking, if it's about to die anyway, you can sacrifice it and get a free bunch of creatures. This is a sticky card. Good value price-wise, but what I don't like is that you're committing to 2 colors down the middle like that. As a first pick, I'm not a big fan of this as a first pick in the first pack. It's a very good value card, though. But it's the dual color that makes me want to... I feel like it could end up being something that sits in our sideboard despite being our first pick. Unholy Officiant, Vigilance 1/2, put a +1/+1 counter on him. Yeah, so pretty expensive to do so, but I know that this works really well in the White Weenie strategy. Stitched Assistant exploit, meaning when he enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice a creature. So it's an optional additional casting cost, almost like a kicker, but it involves sacrificing a creature. And when he exploits a creature, scry one, then draw a card. So you can sacrifice a creature and draw a card from it. That I could see how that would work with a blue-green deck that creates lots of tokens. Does it have to be a non-token? No, it can be any creature. Gift of Fangs, removal, right? Yeah, this is cheap removal. It's sorcery speed, which means that you have to cast it during your turn, but it is removal. It's slow removal, cheap removal, versatile card, because if you're running vampires, you can cast it on your own guys. Persistent Specimen is kind of interesting. A 1/1 that keeps coming back. It's expensive to bring it back, but in draft, this can be quite valuable, especially in decks where you're sacrificing things. This one, we saw this come around very late picks. It's such a cool card looking and everything, but I think it's pretty expensive. A 113 looks amazing, but like it's redundant because creatures heal. Like in Hearthstone, this is a more valuable card than this because you have to whittle away that 13, but in Magic, that keeps re-healing itself. So what's the difference between a 110 or a 1/8? Like it's probably never going to die with those instances. So the Wrathful Jailbreaker, Daybound, Nightbound, it's a defender only when you cast it. It becomes a 6/6 if you pass the turn. Flourishing Hunter enters the battlefield, you gain a life equal to the toughness among other creatures you control. So, alright, so I'm just going to say out loud before I finish reading all these, I'm looking at Evolving Wilds here with a desire to potentially pick this card, but I think Evolving Wilds is the safest pick here. Can you guys think of reasons why, like, what would you guys do? This pack isn't great. Like, it's very specific cards. This feels like the strongest card in the deck, but it's so committal to a color. When Spore Crawler dies, draw a card. 3/2 for 3, okay. Wedding Invitation, when it enters the battlefield, you draw a card. Sacrifice it, target creature can't be blocked this turn if it's a vampire. It also gains lifelink. I'm thinking Evolving Wilds, it opens us up for a lot more options down the road. While this one commits us, this one opens our options. I'm going to go with Evolving Wilds so that our options are open coming up. Before, we don't know what kind of cards we're going to be passed, so. Buddy. I like having mana fixing, especially in a draft. Alright, so the rare was taken out of the pack to our right. What is left is 3 uncommons, including a Packsong Pup. I've been fighting against this occasionally in the ladder when I'm using my vanilla decks. He's cute, and he gets kind of dangerous in the right deck. At the beginning of combat on your turn... Oh, we have to keep in mind also that we passed to the computer, assuming the AI takes this into consideration. We passed a pretty strong red-blue legendary card, or I mean green-blue legendary card. So we're kind of signaling that those two colors might be open by sending that card over there. And I think we sent another pretty good blue card. Anyways, at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control another wolf or werewolf, put a +1/+1 counter on Packsong Pup. So if you cast him before your combat, he comes out as a 2/2 for 2. Which is like a grizzly bear, but he'll potentially pump himself up for free every turn without having to spend any mana to do it. When he dies, you gain life equal to his power, so he gives you a rebate as well afterwards. He seems like a pretty powerful green card to me if you're running werewolves and wolves. Skulking Killer enters the battlefield. It's a 4/2 for 4. Target opponent gets a creature that an opponent controls gets -2/-2, but only if it's the only creature on the table. Very specific. Pretty great if it goes off, but it's quite specific, situational. Especially in limited where boards can get quite gummy, locked up. Have we not seen a piece of removal yet? We haven't. Our last draft, we had so much removal. It was insane. Stormchaser Drake, flying, whenever it becomes the target of a spell you control, draw a card. So this rewards you with card draw for running enchantments. Very specific. We don't know that we'll run enchantments. Toxic Scorpion. When Toxic Scorpion enters the battlefield, another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. So you can give something Death Touch for 1 turn. It's a 1/1 Death Touch. Otherwise, it's pseudo removal for a green deck. I'm thinking the pop. We've seen this card before. Lots of these go around. You're not going to see any shortage of those. I've seen this card before. I love the flavor. Flyers are very valuable in limited format. They stop gummy boards from slowing the game down, like to a crawl. They're usually the breakthrough element. If they can't be removed, they're a lot of trouble. So I do like flyers. This one can tap target creature for a pretty cheap cost, but it requires itself to tap. Very expensive otherwise as a creature. The 2/5 body becomes useless if it's not tapped, when it is being used to tap. Training. What does this mean again? Whenever this creature attacks with another creature with greater power, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So it gets bigger if there's other creatures out that are bigger than it. So it scales as the battle continues, which is very interesting. I'm not sure how powerful training is yet. I haven't played a lot with training or seen a lot against me. Binding Geist. Is this removal, sort of? Whenever Binding Geist attacks, target creature and opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Disturb costs 2 mana to do. The disturb cost from your graveyard. So once it dies, it becomes this card that can be cast from your graveyard, which is enchant a creature, and it gets -2/-0. If it would be put into the graveyard from anyone, anywhere, exile it instead. So it's like very soft removal. Not really at all, though. It's a 3/1 for 3 mana otherwise. Hugo, I'm down here and I'm not coming up there, buddy. What do you guys like out of this pack? Help guide me a little bit here, because there's a lot of options and none of them seem super obvious. I'm leaning a bit towards Pax on Pup because he's just like a 2-drop. He's only a 2/2 if you control another werewolf or a wolf. So he's an expensive 1/1 unless you're running werewolves and wolves. So this is committing us a little bit if we go down this route, but I feel like if you do, this is a powerful card. When Gluttonous Guest enters the battlefield to create a blood token, you gain 1 life whenever you sacrifice. This is just easy. What do you guys? You like Pup? There's other wolves in green and red, yeah. Is there anything that's not jumping out at me that I'm valuing less than I should? Oh, mana fixing, more mana fixing, non-committal, but it feels expensive. It is mana fixing. And it's kind of mana ramping as well. Because, on turn 3, you spend this, you lose turn 3, but if you put this out there on turn 3, then on turn 4, you have 5 mana to play with, so it's a ramp. It's just, I like it because it's non-committal to the rest of our picks. Buddy, you are quite the guy. Lay down. I'm just not sure I want to commit yet still. Honestly, it's just, there's nothing strong in this deck. Nothing super strong. I think I'm going to go with this just because I'm not super ready to commit to anything. I don't know, man. This is a really strong pick if you get other werewolves, but this is the only... Well, we can't judge from 2 packs. Pseudo card draw for red. I think I'm going to go with more mana fixing, guys. I'm just like, I'm playing it like... Oh, flyers. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yeah, actually, you know what? This is the safest card. No, you know what? Yeah. A flyer. A 2/3 flyer. And the body is pretty good. The 3 makes it sticky for a lot of removal, like to try to get rid of. Stormchaser Drake. If I'm running enchantments is really good. A 2/1 can be taken down from pingers. I still don't know how prevalent pingers are. Flying in Magic means it can't be blocked by anything else except for creatures with flying. Or creatures with reach, like spiders that have webs, you know, can block from the ground. But unlike Inscription, they can block things that don't have flying. Like, so flyers can block anything they want, and they can't be blocked by anything that's not flying, which in limited can be quite good. I think I'm going to go with the Drake, and I have seen some pretty good enchantments in this game. It's a Spirit versus a Drake. Drake meaning I won't get any synergy with like dragon cards and stuff. This is a tough decision because this is weak stuff. These are weak packs, I feel like. It doesn't have to be enchantments? Oh, target of a spell you control. Yeah, so like even cards that are temporary buffs. That doesn't include equipment though, because that's not targeting. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Stormchaser Drake because it's got card draw built in. It's a little bit faster than this one to come out and start flying and going face. Yeah, I'm going with that. I like good 2-drops. 2-drops are really valuable. So immediately, what we're seeing here. Wow, perfect removal. In black. It looks like black may be open because perfect removal coming through on pick 3 in a color tells me that that color's open. Meaning that on the third pack, the third round of drafting, we may get more good black cards in the early picks, is what that tells me. And if I do pass this, it means I won't get good black cards coming back the other way probably, because this is signaling down the line that black is open. Let's look at the other blue and black stuff first here to keep my mind kind of organized. Mind Leech Ghoul. How about you go on my lap like this, buddy? Like that. Yeah. Like that. There you go. Exploit, so he can sacrifice when he comes out. He may do it. When he exploits a creature, opponent exiles a card from their hand. Alright, so he's a grizzly bear otherwise, and he's a zombie. And I know zombie decks can be quite powerful when you draft a lot of them. But I don't think he's better than perfect removal, even if it is that expensive. It's expensive, perfect removal. 6 mana. But late game, in limited, you can go late game, and once a really good creature hits the board, if you don't have an answer, yikes. Like, the game's kind of over sometimes. Undying Malice, until end of turn, this creature gets, when it dies, returned to the battlefield. That just makes a creature sticky. In terms of the blue cards, discard a creature card, draw a card. So he lets you kind of get through your deck if you want. Cleave. Lunar Rejection Cleave means that you can cast it for its cleave cost if you do remove the words in the square brackets. So return target, wolf or werewolf, or if you cast the cleave cost, any creature to its owner's hand, draw a card. Very specific. The other uncommon cards is target creature gains indestructible. That would work well with my Stormchaser Drake if we wanted to go blue-white. What are blue-white decks typically in this set? What do they usually run? Destroy target creature with toughness. Oh, this is also good late game, big removal. I think this is actually maybe better than this because it synergizes with our Drake, and it's also, let's be honest, this is late game removal. Like, 6 mana. This is also kind of late game removal, but a little bit earlier game than that one because it destroys target creature with 4 toughness or greater. So it's destroying, while it can't destroy a small amazing creature, it can destroy anything that's big. So it's not perfect removal because it doesn't say just destroy a target creature outright, but it's very big removal potentially. I think we might go down white blue because this synergizes with the Drake. I like it. It's cheaper. I like cheaper cards. It allows us to do multiple things on one turn late game as well. Yeah, I'm thinking the other stuff, the red stuff isn't that impressive. Massive Might, target creature +2/+2 and trample until end of turn. That also synergizes with the Drake, but it's not removal. It's pseudo removal because you might be able to surprise them in a bad situation. I love that art. I think this is what we need to go for. White blue is focused on spirits and enchantments. I think we're going white blue. I think, but we'll see what comes to us. So we just signaled black is open. We did a hard signal that black is open. Hopefully they don't think that legendary that we passed, that blue-green legendary, means that blue is open. Hopefully we'll still get some good blue cards on pack 2. So I'm looking right away at blue-white. Fleeting Spirit. Oh yeah, white is open. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard. Fleeting Spirit gains first strike until end of turn. Discard a card. Return it to the battlefield. Exile it. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. So, if you're willing to discard, you get this card back for free in 2 turns, basically. Or potentially in 1 turn if you did it on their turn. You can have first strike. You have to have cards in the graveyard to use that ability, though. What's this guy? Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it deals 1 damage to each opponent. Okay. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, it does 2 damage to each. That's a shit card. I don't like it. Maybe for a super aggressive red deck, just for getting that last little bit of face damage. Tap target creature, pretty expensive, 2/5. Fear of Death, enchant creature. Whenever Fear of Death enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards. Enchant creature gets minus. Oh, so the more stuff that's in the graveyard, this helps get stuff into the graveyard for that Fleeting Spirit and stuff like that type of card. Is green open here? How good are these cards? Starling Wolf gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only once each turn. So it's a 3/3, but it's expensive to do each turn. Nature's Embrace. Enchant creature or land. As long as the enchanted permanent is a creature, it gets +2/+2. As long as the enchanted permanent is a land, it gets add 2 mana. So this is mana ramp for green. Slash. It's a versatile enchantment. It's an easy way to get yourself 2 for 1, though. Target creature gets +3/+3 and gangs reach until end of turn. I'm thinking Fleeting Spirit. I think we're going into spirits, guys. So we're looking for cards that synergize with spirits or enchantments and stuff, maybe. Here's another spirit. Yeah, it looks like white is going to be we're getting a lot of white cards. All right, so starting with this card up here, the spirit. I saw this played against me a lot in the last limited run. It's a 2/3 creature for 3 that has lifelink, which is pretty good to start. It's an old lady, and it becomes a young lady after it dies. So when it dies, it goes to the graveyard, and from the graveyard, you can enchant a creature by spending 2 mana, and it gives anything lifelink that you want. So this is a way that you can have stuff like enchantments without 2 for 1ing yourself, kind of, because this was almost like a free card draw. if it would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, you exile it so you don't get to do it twice. I saw this played a lot in my last limited run. Yeah, so she, kindly ancestor, she knits the cloak to be put on in the future to the, it's such cool flavor. I have to say, Magic kind of beats Hearthstone in terms of flavor. Like, it's such amazing stories being told through the art. Nebelgast Beguiler. This has been, so many of these have come around. So this tells me my initial judgment was that it wasn't a very good card, and I'm being confirmed that based on the computer's passes. Supernatural Rescue. This spell has flash as long as you control a spirit. It's an enchantment, but it's also like an instant if you have spirits out. When you cast the spell, tap up to 2 target creatures you don't control. Enchant a creature you control. Enchanted creature gets +2/+. So it's versatile. It has many uses here. It still makes you 2 for 1-able. Groom's Finery, and an uncommon black got passed to us. Equipped creature gets +2/+0. This is equipment, not an enchantment. It's an artifact. It's interesting. I don't think I was around when artifacts could be cast with color mana. But I don't think this counts as a black card. Anyways. Equipped creature gets +2, an additional, as long as an equipment named Bride's Gown. So if, oh, that's so cool. So if you have both Groom's Finery and Bride's Gown on the creature, it gets extra bonuses. That's really cool flavor. Steelcat's Spirit. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, Steelclad Spirit can attack this turn as though it didn't have Defender. So if you're casting lots of enchantments, this thing gets to be a very cheap 3/3. But you got to keep up that casting, otherwise it's just defending. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell. Create a blood token. This might be the strongest card here. In blue, is Grizzly Ritual, like, why do people, black is still getting passed to us, but we're committing to not black, so they better be really getting into black down the line here, so that we get some good cards in the other colors later. Because, like, perfect removal, it's very expensive, yes, but getting at least one of, I don't know, maybe a lot of them go around the boards, and I don't know that, and the AI even knows this, but, like, while it is expensive, it's perfect removal in the limited format. Maybe in constructed, there is lots of good removal in this set, but still. To come around on pick what? Pick 5? I don't know, man. Anyways, Royal Recruit. Training, he gets bigger as he goes, right? And when it enters the battlefield, create a 3/1 boar creature token, which is okay. So it's like a 4/2 body for 4, but the base Royal Recruit gets bigger as time goes on. But we're not going green. We've passed too much of it, and we've signaled. Cradle of Safety. Enchanted creature you control. When it enters the battlefield, enchanted creature gets hexproof until end of turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1. That works really well with the Drake. So for me, it's either Kindly Ancestor, I think, Siphon Essence, or Cradle of Safety. I like that this is an instant, that it potentially, as an enchantment, enchantments usually open you up for 2 for 1ing yourself, but because it's an instant, it potentially 2 for 1s them to start, in a way. The spirit, this spell has flash as long as you control spirit. I like the Kindly Ancestor, I think, the most. It's a body. Fits into the curve that we need some 3-drops. It's sticky, it comes back, it's versatile. I like counter spells, but it's kind of an expensive counter spell. I like that it gives you a blood token, but you don't get to choose when to use that. You only get to use it once you've cast this, and it's only target, okay, I'm going Kindly Ancestor. I saw it used against me a lot. It's a spirit. It fits into the deck, I think. All right, so we're right away looking at more spirits. Flying, disturb cost, meaning it can be cast from the graveyard. Holy crap, this flavor is so cool. Lantern's Lift. So he starts as a lantern bearer. He's a spirit ghost floating around the town with these lanterns attached to him. Like he's probably with chains jangling, terrifying the villagers. Flyer for 1/1 that costs 1 to cast. Once it dies, it goes to the graveyard and you can cast it for 3, and it comes back as an enchantment that gives a creature +1/+1 and flying. This, I think, is a great card, I think, for this deck. And I love that flavor. Holy shit. I love the look on the face of the villager. But let's look at the other cards. For a pick 6, I think it's a pretty good card. Piercing Light deals 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. This is removal, though. Shit. White-blue doesn't have a lot of removal, even if you do have to wait for them to attack or defend to use it. Fierce Retribution, destroy target attacking creature, or destroy any creature. Late game removal for white. Perfect removal for white if you're spending the cleave cost. Valorous Stance, choose one. Target creature gets indestructible or destroy target creature. We already have one of these, right? So we have one piece of removal so far. There's another one potentially, or this one. I don't know which one is really. I think I prefer this one because it's more versatile. It can be used more rounded. This is such a cool card, but I think this is the better card. I just want to play with this one though. Like, it's so cool. It gives you a body. This is just so versatile and cheap. What do you guys think? It's a common, might get another one, whereas this one I might not. I think good removal will be more rare. And the fact that it can make a creature indestructible potentially, which also synergizes with the Drake. We're hoping to get more things like the Drake down the line. I'm going with Valorous Stance. Ugh, I love this card. I just love it, how it looks. I love the art. It's amazing. Adamant Will. Target creature is +2/+2 and gains indestructible until end of turn, and it's an instant. Alright. Other cards available. Blood Fountain. It's a black. You sacrifice it up to 2 target creatures from your graveyard to your hand. So it's card draw kind of as well. And it's kind of free. No, it's not. It's mana fixing in a way. Wait. No, that's not how blood tokens work. They don't give you mana. I was thinking of treasure, because I've been playing a treasure deck. Some good black is continuing. I feel like these are some not horrible black cards being passed late picks. We only have 1 blue, so it's potential we could still go into black. Like, you know, not blue. We didn't get much blue after that Drake, right? So it doesn't feel like we're going to get much blue probably on the 3rd pack either. So that's something to keep in mind, whereas we did see a decent amount of black continue to get passed around. Mulch. Like, I don't feel like these red cards that are being passed are too powerful, so reveal the top 4 cards of your library, put all land cards revealed in this way into your hand, the rest in your graveyard. That's so, like, specific. I like Persistent Specimen. I like Blood Fountain for the fact that it gets stuff back, so it's essentially card draw late game. Pricey, but late game you don't care. And it's like essentially free card, right? Like it, in a way, like, because you can draw a card. It's more stuff to cast onto a Drake. I'm just gonna keep on. I'm gonna play it safe and just keep on. I'm gonna really just keep any white from going down the table now, and hoping to get just tons of great white coming back the next direction. These green cards are like, that's a pretty good body in limited. It doesn't feel like a great card in constructed, but in limited, a 6/6 on turn 6 is like, you know, good. Belligerent Guest, it's a vampire. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, create a blood token. Get comfy, bud. You know what? I'm gonna make you a bed. Get you nice and snuggled up, bud. There you go. Look how cozy he looks now. What's this? Dreadlight Monstrosity. Can't be blocked this turn. Activate. Okay, so 5/5 expensive. There's no white cards in here, so we're not worrying about that. This is that mana fix thing that I like sort of could. I saw a person run this in one of my drafts against me. I'm not sure that it was good or not, though. Sorry. It's that mana fixing I passed. Did it get all the way around the table? Yeah. Yeah. I don't think it's a great card, and that's what my initial reaction was when on my first draft. But then I saw, like, I feel like 1 or 2 people ran it against me, and I was like, is it actually not bad? But as long as it's here, it's got some utility with that exile thing, too, in case you're running against a deck that's bringing stuff back from the graveyard. As long as it's your turn. Oh, and it could also work against decks like mine. It can get rid of these cards that go to the graveyard and then can be cast from the graveyard, like, you know, the Ancestrals, the Kindly Ancestor and stuff. The Disturbs cards. As long as it's your turn, Sporeback Wolf gets plus. Well, that's pretty good. I feel like some decent green is coming around. We passed decent green, so we might not get good stuff on the next pack, but on the third pack, we might get some decent green again, because I felt like into the later picks, we were getting pretty good green. So if I'm thinking about splashing green, which also has enchantments in its set, maybe a mana ramp or just a good wolf. I think I prefer the 2/2 body. I think I'm going to go with this. So we're open to potential, I think, going into green. We probably won't see a lot good stuff in the next pack, though. Another Flourishing Hunter, but it's 2 green, and we're only, like, kind of playing with the idea of going green right now, splashing in some green, and 2 green, even if it is late game, is not a splash. Unholy Officiant, Vigilance 1/2. It's a body with Vigilance, can get better as it gets enchantments on it. Magma Polymers really don't seem to be valued well. I feel like they're better than that. I feel like they're better than a pick 9, but a Cleric. Wedding Invitations. I think I might. Do we want to keep the chokehold on white going down the table, even if I don't think this is an amazing card? At least just it's really, really making it look like white is not just completely off the table for this person to my left, these 2 or 3 people down the road to my left? Or do we want to, I'm going to do that. I want amazing white cards for the next pack, and I'm really committing to signaling that. This one made it all the way around the table. This one made it all the way around the table. It's not an amazing card, but I feel like it's better than pick 10. I don't like how expensive this is, and I don't like that its utility requires it to tap, making its 2/5 body use, like, it's no use if it's that expensive. I'm just going to grab this spirit. It commits to our spirits and stuff. And I think it's better than that. I need to see it in action to really value this card, but, like, if we can give it flying, which we didn't take that one card that gives flying, unfortunately. Undying Malice, Massive Might. This is a card that casts on cards. We're definitely not going black. We've signaled way too much good black down the table. I'm going to take Massive Might, keeps our options open for green as well. This guy, yeah, nobody likes that. Instant. Until end of turn, target creature becomes a blue serpent with base power and toughness of 5. So it's a kind of a surprise. It's like pseudo removal in a way. You attack with your 1/1 or and all of a sudden it becomes a 5/5 instantly out of nowhere. It's pseudo removal. Potential to be good in a blue-white deck. So even though I don't want to signal down the line that white, this is clearly regarded as a garbage card, it feels like. So Cradle of Safety made it this far. Is Cradle of Safety really a pick 13? It's almost like a counterspell. I don't think that deserves to be a pick 13. It's not a great card, but another Serpentine Ambush. Okay. So obviously a lot of these won't be making it into our deck. I'm actually going to take out these conditional cards, these situational cards, and put them in the sideboard here. Like, I don't know if we would run it. It's something we might pepper in. And I'm going to take out the green cards for now as well. And I'm going to take out the binding card. These are the ones we know we're running right here, I think. Cradle of Safety, I'm not sure about. Oops. Fucking, there we go. These are what we know we're running. Ish. I don't know about that card either. So I feel like we got 7 solid cards here. We have some spirit synergy and stuff. First pack. Sorry, I know it was killing you guys not to look. A black card. Exile the top 13 cards from your library, then search your library for a card. Put the card into your hand, then shuffle. So, in a format where you only have 40 cards in your deck, you're almost getting rid of half your deck. But if cards can be brought back from it, yeah, I'm not even looking at this. It doesn't matter. I'm not even going to think about that. I'm not going to spend thought cycles. Wow, that fucking art. Catapult fodder. Oh, this is so cool. They're in a catapult. Catapult captain. So he starts off at the beginning of your combat on your turn. If you control 3 or more creatures that have toughness greater than their power, transform catapult fodder. Okay. It's a 1/5 that becomes a 2/6. Sacrifice another creature, so he becomes the guy who runs the catapult after that. Target opponent loses life equal to the sacrificed creatures. Oh, so it becomes like this guy who can shoot creatures at other creatures. That's really cool. I don't know how... It's very conditional when he comes out. Otherwise, he's a 1/5 who just sits there forever. He's not day or night bound either, right? Even though there's a day and night symbol, he doesn't transform based on day and night. Anywho, let's now that we're done. Oh, green white. A legendary for 4 mana is a 4/4. As long as you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on this creature this turn, it gains trample and lifelink. Then you can spend 3 mana. Target creature you control with +1/+1 counter on it gains trample and lifelink. And This is very specific to 1/1 counters. If you're not generating counters, which I'm not sure I'll be able to, like, what do we have? We had one card that does that, I think. I think I put it into I think it was the Cradle's Embrace. And that's blue, so it doesn't work well with that. Meanwhile, 3/3 Flying Spirit for 5. You can pay 4 mana, and you exile him from your graveyard. If he's died, then you can create 2 1/1 white spirit creatures with flying. Okay, this is a good card for limited. Activate only if you control an enchantment and only as a sorcery. This is a pretty good card for our deck, I feel. It's a spirit, so it synergizes with other potential spirit picks we're going to be making. We're still not absolutely certain about our second color. But if we are going down the spirit road, we probably want to be blue. Here's the Binding Geist. We already passed or like have that as a conditional card maybe. This is a zombie thing. Chill of the Grave. The spell costs 1 less if you have a zombie. Tap target creature, doesn't untap. Bleh. We've seen that guy before. We don't want him. Counter target spell unless it's controller plus X more. I don't like this card. I don't like how much you have to keep in mind and keep your options open with it. Courier Bat. Nah. We've seen that before in the past. Ceremonial Knife. It buffs a guy, which is good for putting on flyers and stuff, but I think this is an obvious pick here. Crushing Canopy, destroy target creature with flying, or destroy target enchantment. That's one of the only things in green that has good removal, is the ability to take down flyers. I'm going to go with the flyer. It's a spirit. It brings other flyers back in. Another Ancestor's Embrace. Militia Railier. I don't know how to pronounce that. Can't attack alone. Whenever it attacks, untap target creature. So when it does attack, it essentially gives one of your attackers vigilance, which it could include itself. But it can't attack alone. Otherwise, it's a 3/3 for 3. Not horrible. But I like this more because it's a spirit. And we're going hard down that road, it feels. There's this one that brings back tokens. What about the blue? Cruel Witness, flyer. Costs 2 blue though, not a splash pick. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, look at the top card of your library. You may put that into your graveyard if you want. So it's almost like a scry, but exile, or rather putting things in the graveyard, which could synergize with this. Nurturing Presence, 2 mana, enchant creature. Enchanted creature has whenever this creature enters the battlefield under your control. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, this creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn, only until end of turn. Whenever it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white spirit creature with flying. Just once. You get 1/1 white creature with flying. Oh, which means it's also going to give this enchanted creature a +1/+1 token immediately. Don't know how to value that. I think I prefer the 2/3 body more. Or do I want the two? Do we want to commit to this? Would be committing to blue kind of right here with the 3/3 flyer, non-conditional flyer. I think maybe we should go with this. Flyers are just so powerful. Wait, I didn't notice this was a white card. I thought this was an artifact. I wasn't even looking at it. When Circle of Confinement enters the battlefield, exile target creature and opponent. Oh, this is removal. With mana of 3 or less, until Circle of Confinement leaves the battlefield, whenever an opponent casts a vampire spell with the same name as that card, a card exiled with Circle of Confinement, you gain 2 life. So that's an extra weird bonus. Won't come up much in limited play, but it's cheap removal for cheap creatures. What do you guys think? I can't sideboard in this because it's a single game at a time. I can like change my deck between rounds, but you have Confinement for early drops, Valor Stance for late drops. Yeah, it's like removal. It's not as risky as this pick because this is 2 blue mana. That's not good for splashing. Yeah, I'm going to go with removal. Distracting Ghost, another spirit pick. Oh, Geist. Distracting Geist. Whenever Distracting Geist attacks, tap target creature defending player controls. Its disturb cost is 5 mana, so it comes back as an enchantment that says, enchanted creature has, whenever this creature attacks, tap. Oh, so it keeps that ability basically when it comes back. It seems that most disturb costs have that. Bring that ability back type of thing going on. Otherwise, it's a 2/1 for 3 mana. A little expensive, but it can tap when it attacks. Crawling Infestation. We've seen this before. An enchantment. It's not an enchant creature, it's just an enchantment that sits on the board. And it says whenever you play one or more creature cards, whenever one or more creature cards are put in the graveyard from anywhere during your turn, create a 1/1 insect creature. So you get like you get little 1/1s as a rebate for losing your creatures. It only triggers once a turn though. And you're allowed to mill cards as well if you want. Which is almost like card draw when you're running a deck full of these disturb costs, but milling cards, milling yourself is not really a very good idea in Limited because you only have a 40 card deck. Militia can't attack alone, it's this card again. You got another flyer, which is splashable. I think I'm going to go with the flyer. I'm not even going to look at that. I'm going to try to speed things along by not looking at the red and black and stuff. I'm still open to a potential splash of green instead of blue, but it remains to be seen. I'm going with the flyer, though. The only downside is that thing can't block anything but flyers. All right, so first let's look at the white cards. Heron of Hope, another flyer for 4 mana. It's a 2/3. If you'd gain life instead, gain that much +1. So you get an extra little bit of life when you gain life. I don't have anything that I think gangs me much life. 2 mana says it gangs lifelink until end turn, so that's when I'll be gaining life. Okay. It's white. It's on color. Oh, here's the other flyer. Did we pass on this guy? No, we have one of him already. I like him more. He's only 1 more mana. He's 5 mana, but he's a 3/3 body instead of 2/3. Plus, after he dies, he can come back as 2 1/1s. I like it. Let's look at the other cards real quick. Fear of Death, enchanted creature. When it enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards. Enchanted. Oh, we've seen this before. Alchemist's Retrieval, cleave, 2 mana. Return target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand, so it's bounce. Wait. Oh. Bounces for 3, bounces their stuff. For 1, bounces your stuff. I like this flyer. And it looks like our late game is starting to look pretty good if we pick this. I'm not even going to look at the green cards. I'm reading them real quick. Nah, I'm not going to do that. We're really into white. So, yeah. Another blue flyer. We could go, I think we're going to go hard white and blue. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. This is nice utility. This guy comes around. 3/1. And he keeps coming back if I discard cards. It's slow. Oh, next end step doesn't mean next turn's end step. It means the next end step to occur. So you don't have to wait a full 2 turns for him to come back. Huh. He's very sticky. And he's a 3/1 for 2 mana. Versus a 2/3 for 3 mana can only block creatures with flying. I prefer this though. In the curve, I prefer this. And I love flyers. It also doesn't come back from the graveyard? Oh. Twin Blade Geist, double strike, has a disturb cost, so it's a 1/1 for 2 mana with double strike. So it can attack. If it goes by without being blocked, it does 2 damage. It's almost like being a 2/2, but it can be pinged easier. But if you buff that thing, yikes. You know, this is a good buff target. Twin Blade Invocation, it can come back from the graveyard as an enchantment. The enchanted creature has double strike. I might like this card, I think. Don't like that card. What's this one? Can't attack alone. I don't like that card. It's been going around a lot. It's just, it's not horrible, but destroy, removal versus bodies that give double strike synergize well with what I have ish. Target attract. Nah, I have to go with the cheap removal. Have to. Lantern of the Lost. Whenever it enters the battlefield, exile target creature, target card from a graveyard, and then I can exile Lantern of the Lost and exile all cards from all graveyards. That goes against what I want to do with my deck, really. Then draw a card. But only if exile everything. I might want this 3-drop for 3, even if it can only attack with somebody. It goes good into my curve. Fear of Death, this is that card again that I keep on trying to reread. You mill cards. It's only 2 cards. Enchanted creature gets -X, -0 words. So you can essentially negate the offensive power completely of another creature. It's pseudo removal in a way, especially on the ground because I'm flying over them, so it doesn't matter if I make a good defender on their side. Steelclad Spirit Defender. Whenever an enchantment enters the battlefield under your control, this is a really cheap 3/3, and I have a lot of enchantments that I can cast. So this becomes a much more valuable card, the fact that I've drafted so many enchantments and disturb enchantments. They're also enchantments. So I do have a lot of 2-drops. That is true. I do have a lot of 2-drops versus, so it's like down to these 2 conditional 3/3s. A 3-drop for 3 that can only attack with other creatures. It also untaps guys that attack versus, so it's almost like he has vigilance even though he can only attack with somebody. Versus a 3/3 defender. They're both kind of similar cards, aren't they? This actually might be the more powerful card now that I think about it, but this is cheaper to cast as a defender. I do have lots in the curve. I'm going with this. I like that it's a spirit as well. I haven't seen a lot of cards that say spirits do this or, oh, another one. But I have a feeling there's got to be some stuff that benefits you for having spirits. Training. This guy gets bigger as time goes on for things that have greater power than it. And there will be quite a lot of that happening, it looks like. This might be worth running. Versus another Steelclad Spirit. Yet another, both are 2-drops. I think this works well. When it dies, you put its counters on a creature you control. It's also sticky. I like that. Ceremonial Knife isn't amazing, but it's not bad either. It fits into any deck. We really don't like this card. This is versatile. I'm not sure I'll run it, but I'm going to grab it. Creates it also creates a blood token, so essentially it's like it costs 2 mana and you get a card back. So it's not that bad at all. Another one of these militias. Nurturing Presence made its way all the way around. I think I'm going to take this. Yeah, it's not a bad card for our deck. Yeah, it's possible that it won't make the final cut, but it's not bad to have sitting there as an option in the sideboard, I think. Let's just take out all the white from the picks here to make sure that we get The signal is very clear. This is pseudo removal. I'll take it. Probably won't run it. Sanctify, destroy target artifact. Oh, nice utility for the sideboard if I feel like I'm facing a lot of decks like that. Sheltering Boughs, I don't know what it is. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+3. It's not bad, actually. Alright, I'm going to take that out, though. And what was the other ones that I wanted? I'll leave everything else in there for now, I think. Yeah, anyways, let's look at our stuff. A Mythic, green. 3/4 for 3 mana. I could change my mind on blue. Like, I've only got 4 solid blue cards. 5. Wait, is Wandering Spirit solid? It's pretty good. We need some late game stuff here, though. Oh, wait a minute. So here's a Mythic green. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a card from a graveyard. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each card type they share with cards exiled with Cemetery Prowler. Okay, so once you've exiled an instants for you become 1 less to cast. Once you've exiled a creature with this, creatures become 1 less to cast. It has Vigilance as a 3/4. Yeah, while this would be... Could you imagine if we'd gone into Wolves with our pup and everything and this came in on 3rd pack? But I don't think we'll run this. Meanwhile, a flyer 3/3 for 5 mana that it enters the battlefield, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. So it's like a 5/5 for 5, and it's a flyer. I think this is the pick. Boy, do I wish we'd gone into Wolves. Though, that would have been amazing. This is some amazing late game, yes. This is a more removal. We have some decent removal already, though, and I would rather a nice late game big body. So while I would have maybe been really humming a high about this early picks, this one I think is the pick now, based on what we have. Foreboding Statue, mana fixing, it looks like. 3 mana artifact. It's a 1/2 creature. I should get myself some water after this. Add 1 mana of any color. Sorry for the very slow draft, by the way. I'm learning the deck, as you can see. I'm learning the cards as I draft. I'm reading the set as I draft. At the beginning of your end step, if there are 3 or more omen counters on it, untap it, then transform it. So you get an omen counter per turn as long as you're spending mana with it. It's ramp, it's a creature, it's fixing, and it becomes a 5/5. This is an amazing early pick in the game. It's a land that can be killed, though. It can be shot if they don't like it. But in 3 turns, it becomes a 5/5. It's a pretty expensive mana ramp. It's like, 3 mana. And then it gives you free mana down the line after the 3rd turn. Like, I think we should go with the flyer, though. The 5/5 flyer. Yeah, I think that's the obvious pick. Another Evolving Wilds early picks here. Yeah, we're going with the 5/5 flyer. Let's create a late game for ourselves here of some kind. Let's give this deck a reason to... Like, we don't have a lot of win conditions. We have flyers. That's our win condition. And we're hoping that they stick around on the board long enough to do enough damage to make that happen. Here's another enchantment. Enchanted creature can't attack or block. So this is basically a pacifism. That was the earliest card that ever was introduced to Magic that said that. It was 2, I think it was 1 white mana and 1 generic. But this one has versatility. It gives you card draw, so it's free in essence for an extra mana. Also, exile enchanted creature, so then you can get rid of it permanently too. So this is damn good removal. And then you create a blood token. And then you get another blood token. Wow. That's really good removal. I think that's what we pick here. I love this card, but it's not going to fit into our deck. Cleave, return a permanent. Yeah, this is the pick. This is great removal. What's this one up here? Draw 3 cards, card draw. Then discard 2 cards unless you discard a basic land card. I prefer this. Real good removal. And that's probably the last piece we need. How many pieces will we have now? Removal wise. Usually want like 3 to 5 pieces of removal. And we have 1. I'm taking this out here because it's I'm not sure if I'll run that. 2, 3, 3 pieces of removal. So yeah, we really needed that piece. Oh, this one's 4, 5. Okay, yeah, I think that was the final piece we need. I'd be open to one more, but what do we got here? It looks like some sort of an Eldritch Horror here. 2/1 flyer, but it's red. Might as well not even look at it. I'll read that card another day when I either face it or draft it. Yeah, no. Chill of the Grave, instant. No. We might have no choice but to choose this white card here. Counter target spell. I'd rather the removal. Wow, this is a weak-ass pack for us. Let me look at my sideboard of green cards again here. Nah, I'm taking this. Nah. Come on, man. Like, we did everything right. We should be being passed much better white stuff right now. This is bullshit. Okay, flying, training, flyer. Whenever it attacks, you may pay 2 mana. If you do, target attacking creature without flying gains flying until the end of turn. Well, I'm not going to have a lot of those. I didn't draft much stuff without flying. But okay. We'll take the flyer. We have lots of flyers, guys. Another Sporeback Wolf. Another Geist-like Snare. This spell costs 1 less if you control a spirit. So this is, with all the spirits we have, this is basically 2 to cast. It all costs 1 less if you control an enchantment, so it might even cost only 1. Counter target spell unless its controller plays 3. It's very cheap counter spell, potentially, for us. Or with just a little bit more mana fixing. I'm going to mana fix. And thinning. It's not a bad card, that Geist, but I don't want any more non-creature spells, honestly. Like, I feel like we're full up on that. More utility, cleave, target, return, bounce. Ugh. This feels like a weak draft to me, except for all the flyers we got. I guess that wasn't bad, but ugh. And hate picking doesn't have power in this, that I'm not going to be facing the people on this table. This at least brings back potentially something we like. I don't think I'll run this in the deck, but I might grab this just... This is some breakthrough. Like, if you just need a little bit more damage at the end. So, does it keep its abilities when this happens? Until end of turn, the target creature becomes a blue serpent. Does it keep flying? I forget how Magic works with stuff like this. Yeah, so it still keeps all its abilities. And it probably keeps all its other creature types as well. Yeah, I would say otherwise. So... I feel like, in essence, this would end up potentially having the same effect as this, maybe, since it saves a creature. But it can also be, it's more versatile. It can be used to break through for the extra final damage that you need to finish a game, and that can be very powerful and limited. I'm not sure I'll run that, but I'm going to grab it. We need some late game bodies, man. Holy shit. Vampire Slayer. Whenever it deals damage, it's a grizzly bear that destroys vampires easily. Ah, this one's a scary card to go up against. I faced it, and it was scary. Whenever it attacks, you may pay 1. If you do so, it becomes indestructible. That works well with that other card that I had that gives... I had one that gives a creature flying. Also, Double Strike. That Double Strike giver that I had. I think I'm going to grab this body. I need a 4-drop badly. Enchant creature control with toughness greater than its power. Assign combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power. So, oh, that's interesting. Another Cradle of Safety. Saves you a creature. Potentially gets it, stops it from dying. Reach and Training. I'm not splashing green. I'm probably not going to run this either, though. Not 2 of them. I already have one. I'm going to grab this just in case I splash green. I like the training. I like that it's a 3-drop. I don't think I will, but... Another Evolving Wilds. All right, well, this makes splashing green a possibility. 3 Evolving Wilds. Yeah, maybe we'll think about splashing green, especially since we have little late game right now. And I don't know if we have any late game green, actually, now that I think of it. We don't. I'm not super confident about this draft, guys. I wish I could go back in time and take that little wolf pup. I mean, with 3 Evolving Wilds, we could splash anything. Here's some late game. It sucks, though. You draw cards with this. I'm going to grab this. Unlikely I'll run it, but... Yeah, the late game monstrosities. Your best bet at some late game was white-blue was those 5/5 monstrosities you passed. Do you mean those ones that can only attack when you pay mana? Yeah, maybe. I kind of just passed those. Well, yeah. Haste. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Frenzied Devils gets +2/+. Oh, that synergizes kind of with my deck if I do splash in some red. Am I getting desperate here? Ugh. Well, that is late game. It's 2/5 for 5, but it's like, why? It can kind of pseudo-remove. Late game. Binding, another Binding Geist. Bramble Armor. Enters the battlefield attached to target creature you control. Equipped creature. That kind of works with the flyers. Oh, it's an equipment. We're going to have to make some hard decisions about splash, guys. What's up? Oh, you feel like we don't have game audio today? Let me check. I'll be taking a quick break anyways. You should have it. It's possible. Here, I'll turn this off and see if you hear anything. All right, it does sound like you don't have. All right, well, give me a moment. I have to pee break. I'll be back with some water as well, and then I'll figure it out. Hey guys, alright, I have to figure out why you're not hearing audio from the game. Let me just real quick check my mixer. Oh. For some reason the game audio was muted. There you go. Here's your answer. Okay. Alright guys. We have to decide what we're doing with this deck. So what I did last time, how do I get everything out of my deck? I guess I think there's a button to do it all at once, but so we want 27 cards basically. Let's start with our creature curve to start. Let's look at what we know we're running with our most solid creatures. We do have good late game now that I think of it. With this this guy is really good. 5/5 flyers for 5 are great late game. Why is the kitty meowing out there? Just a second. There's 2 kitties fighting outside. We have some strays in the neighborhood. We're feeding one in order to try to eventually we're like slowly, it's hard when you don't speak Japanese, trying to get a trap and figure out a vet in the neighborhood that will help us neuter this one guy, so that at least hopefully we won't create more kittens in the neighborhood, more feral cats. So we're feeding him to make sure he keeps coming to our house so that we can easily capture him in the future, hopefully sometime in the next month. Anywho, alright, early drops we don't need as many of. I'm just like looking at the curve as I create this deck. Let's see. I like this guy. I like that he comes back. And then I like the kindly ancestor. I don't love this guy. What else do we have? Oh yeah, I can zoom out, right? Oh, that was zoomed out. And I think you have to actually go like this. Okay, what's over here? Do we want the knife? The knife goes really well with flyers, so yeah. You know, I'm gonna take out these blue, because I'm not against running just white here, but it feels so wrong considering we have 3 pieces of mana fixing to not run another color. So, well, anyways, like, what do we have? Maybe we should make that splash decision. When did we make the, I don't know. No, I think we have to run at least blue. The defender, this guy is a cheap 3/3 and he will get to do that a lot. Now we are running blue, we have to, come on. Is that all our creatures? Oh yeah, you can like put in, how do you do this again? To say I want creatures to show up only? Type. It's like T:C. Okay, so this is only creatures. Binding Geist, I don't love. Do I want to run 2 of, well, I should. How many creatures do we want again? 17. We want 23 total cards, about 17 creatures, so 5 more creatures-ish. Oh yeah, I like this this one that gets training and like distributes its counters after it leaves combat. That combos well with him, this one here. So this is a... Oh, why did this show up? Oh, because it creates a creature. Oh, it creates a 1/1 flyer when it comes in. I keep forgetting that. I'm thinking that the 1/1 only comes in like somehow later or something. All right, yeah, so I should run this. I don't like that card. This also shouldn't be showing up if I just put in type creature. This is an enchantment. It doesn't even create a creature, so why'd that one show up? Oh, so yeah, like, this isn't very good for filtering out just creatures. I want to see just creatures, but TC shows me anything that has creature on the card. I don't think it is TC. Any cat with mana, all uncommon cards. Numerical comparisons, text comparisons. Whatever, I'm almost done here, I think. I want just white at least for now. Let's see just white and blue. White and blue cards. So this shouldn't be much more whittling down anyways. We need at least 3 more creatures, I feel. I'll put this one in. Don't love it, but I need the body. Don't love this one either, but might need the body. Ugh. Yeah, this is like our only other choice for a creature. Like, unless we want to splash another color, like green, that's ugly to do, but do we need to toss in? None of them are late game either. Like, do we need to toss in this reaching training creature? I might splash this in. What was that piece of equipment I picked up at the last minute? I picked up some sort of cool equipment. Was it this? Because with 3 of those evolving wilds, it means I can run just 1 forest in here and go get that forest. Like, it's like running 4 forests for free with the evolving wilds. So maybe I have to run this body. It gets bigger, this one. It has training. If I have something over 1. So yeah, that becomes a better card as time goes on. And like, I like the Bramble Armor a lot to go with flyers. Was there a black? I didn't pick up a black. What about colorless? Evolving Wilds are there. Blue, I didn't get any of those. What is this? What about the 1/2 vampire that gets bigger? Which one is that? Which color? This one? No. Like, I could run this too. I could run a single mountain. Like, we could, in a way, top left white. Oh, this one's training. Oh, bigger in terms of paying mana to do it. Yeah, I guess. I don't love that, but might be our only choice. Nah, I don't think I like him at all. He's just so expensive. And I want to stay slippery and nimble. I want to be able to have mana open for when I want to cast enchantments, things like that. I think that's just way too expensive to pump him up. And he doesn't have synergy. I might, though, run this 3-2 or maybe this 3-3. Because I could put, like, basically one... I could run both of these if I wanted and get rid of some of my less... You know what? I'm going to do that. I'm going to get rid of these other cards I don't love. Like, say, this guy I don't love. What were the other ones I don't love? This guy. Fixing my curve a little bit. $17. This is late, so the fixing is easier because it's late. Don't want the early splash, and it's not even good enough to splash. So in terms of blue cards, don't like that one. I think I like this splashing of 3. So I'm gonna run 4-color deck. This wasn't a good draft, guys. All right, yeah, I'm running 4 colors. Just so that I can have a good curve, like a little bit more. You think I'm stretching it? Maybe I don't need the red. It's just like, get rid of the red. All right, I don't know, like, and run these mediocre creatures. I think I prefer. That's pretty big. Oh yeah, I forgot how this guy, like, all right, yeah, fine. But I am going to run, oh, I don't have, I need one more creature potentially. Maybe another one of him. No, just one of him. Fine. All right, time to look at non-creatures. Okay, so in terms of non-creatures, we want Circle of Confinement removal, Fierce Retribution removal. 2 of them? Let's just do 1 for now. This is perfect removal late game. Another one of them. One Valorous Stance. That might be it. That might be the deck. And then we want land to be suggested. Let's see what they suggested. Oh, they didn't put in... I'll put in the Evolving Wilds first and then get them to suggest land. Hey, stop that. 1, 2, 3. Then suggest the land. I don't think with 3 Evolving Wilds we need that many islands. I think 2 forests, 3 islands, and we'll give ourselves a couple more plains. Why are there ×2 of that type? What is this? Why does it have to, like, just because it has different art, count them differently? Just put them in the same stack, man. There we go. So we essentially have 5 forests, 6 islands. Still, I don't even think 5 forests is needed. I don't even think, well, yeah, let's do that, sure. It's such late game. I'm just gonna run 1 forest and 3 islands maybe. So we have a better chance of early, because we do have some early game blue. There, that's what I'm doing. Done. Let's go. So the only the way that we get forests for our 2 green cards is by using Evolving Wilds. I'm saying I was lukewarm on the first episode. That's just because, like, I really crave the simplicity in these card games that you see in things like Hearthstone is much simpler. And it's really overwhelming getting into a new set. Magic. Okay, Evolving Wilds early game is good. Thin out the deck. And we can get right into our Steel-clad Spectre, but there's not going to be any... Early game, I'm not going to... He's a good defender, but early game we aren't going to see much in terms of... No, this is a bad hand. Okay. This is better. We'll keep these. Probably get rid of the 4-drop. Keep our early game going here. Let's see how this goes, guys. I think we might get 3 out of this. 3 wins. We got a 3-1 drop on turn 2. And this guy can come back. And he comes back if I'm willing to discard. He comes back to the battlefield. But you have to pay it before it leaves. So you have to keep that mana open, right? That's how that works. It's paying off so far. Is she gonna remove it somehow? Destroy target attacking creature? No. Because we know there's 1 in the set. It's 2 mana. Deals 2 damage to target attacking creature or blocking creature, okay. So we got rid of a piece of removal. I don't want to bring him back. I don't want to spend. I would rather bring out a flyer now. Maybe I should have brought him back. I don't know. You could discard a card to dodge it, but I'd have to discard a card to dodge. Well, it doesn't dodge. It just, it would come back. Oh, lots of, wow, that's expensive removal. I mean, not expensive, but really good removal to use on just a simple, I wouldn't, maybe I should have brought that guy back, because it's like card draw. No, it's not, because you discard a card to do it. It would make the spell fizzle? Well, yeah, but he would come back at the end step, so yeah, it's like, kind of, yeah. Anyways, Daybound, Nightbound, well, we're gonna get rid of that 4/4. Or we could play our 5/5. I think we'll get rid of the 4, well, it's a flying deck? No, let's be aggressive. For now. Who's gonna get the counters? Wait, what? Oh. Oh, he gives the counters out later. Yeah, that's fine. We're being aggressive. We have all flyers, and being a green-white deck over there probably doesn't have a lot of defense for it. Maybe we might use Circle of Confinement on that next turn. this is not the 5/5 flyer. This is the, wait, yeah, maybe I don't know how to. Anyways. All attack. Oh, it has to be 3 or less. So it's not that good of removal, is it? For this situation. Well, at least I can cast it on the wolf. So race-wise, this will be working kind of fun. Man, I gotta learn my cards a bit better, because yeah, I'm looking at this and I'm like, cool. Take down any creature. Flourishing Hunter. See, that card's good in limited late game. Can I race this? With this, I might. I might want to cast it right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't cast it right now. It costs 8 to do that. When they attack next turn, I'll get rid of the 6/6. We might be able to race this out because of the flyers. If he doesn't have any more removal, only 2 cards in hand, already used 2 pieces of removal. 3 pieces? 2 pieces. I can't do the cleave. Oh, cleave is just the cost, so I could have done that last turn. Oh, let's hope that they don't have a way to stop this then. Because the benefit of casting it last turn would have been that they were tapped out. I was thinking cleave cost was extra. Did it become indestructible? Yeah, so this is a simple matter of not knowing the cards right. I thought cleave cost was additional. I could have won that, I think. This is gonna happen a lot. Not knowing the cards well. Yeah, I thought cleave was extra, like it was an additional cost. I could have hard cast it, and then he wouldn't have had the 6/6. And I would have been attacking every turn for 5, and he would have been attacking every turn for 4. Ooh, nice. This is a nice opening. Okay, yeah, we like this. We got our early flying drops. We have our mana fixing. Okay, let's play this right. You don't show the color that you're in until you absolutely need to. So while I could have used this to go get now I'll use it. So it's just giving him less information until it's absolutely necessary to go and show him what I have. So there we go, a 2/1 flyer. And we draw a card every time he's targeted by something. So next turn, we'll play an Evolving Wilds and put Nurturing Presence on him and get a card for it, hopefully. When Doomed Dissenter dies, create a 2/2 black zombie creature. He becomes a 2/2 when he dies. So yeah, another Evolving Wilds. Nurturing Presence on our Drake. We draw a card. And he's a 3/2 for 1 turn. And we get a 1/1 flyer. I keep forgetting that. Feels like we're curving out pretty nicely right now. Now it's their turn. Next turn, we'll probably go get a green. We'll get a forest. Our 1 forest, I think we ran, or 2. and we'll get the sharpshooter out because it'll start getting trained right away. It'll become a 2/4 right away. Choose one. Target opponent exiles 2 cards from their hand. Okay, so he spent 3 mana to make me. What do I want to get rid of? Do I need the Evolving Wilds to fix? We have the Evolving Wilds right there. Do I get rid of the land? I don't have a very, like, we don't need a lot of land because it's a, I'll probably get rid of the land. The likelihood I draw another one in the next turn or so, like, I'll be fine, I think. I'd rather, do I get rid of the sharpshooter though? Get rid of the sharpshooter. He'll probably attack because he wants his guy to become a 2/2. And I don't want to lose my 1/1 flyer. What do we want to put out there? We could go get the 1 forest in case we draw into the bramble armor. We don't have anything that costs 2 blue, but we do have stuff that costs 2 white. Do we need to go get a white or a blue at any point? But we'll probably get those, like that one. We have turns to get that. So let's put out the green, because it would be horrible to draw into the bramble armor and not have the green. And now we can put out, well, that's good. Yeah, we're curving out pretty good here. First I'll attack. Wait, when does training happen? Okay, good. It's like, does it happen at the beginning of the attack step? But no. All right, good. Oh, fuck. This would have given him +1/+1. Learn the cards. So I'm one short of what I could have had. You can have your 1 damage. I don't want any surprises. I'm not losing my flyers. Yeah, this gives me card draw. I never really thought of that either. Because every time it deals damage, it gives you a blood token, right? You can keep moving it. Yeah, that's pretty great. Actually, I've undervalued it, honestly. What did he just do? What did he just do? What the fuck was that? Oh, it got trained. It's a 3/3 now. Even when things are going good, I don't understand what's happening. I think we got this. Looks like he didn't curve out well at all. We curved out brilliantly. We're hoping for 3 wins so that we can draft again today. I have lots of free time because Becky's off doing her Japanese exam and I'm home alone. Play another round. So far, I get 100 gems, which means I'll have 650, and I need 750. Oh, maybe I just need... No, I need 2 more wins, yeah. Right? Maybe it's just 1 more. I'm home Stallone. I can't believe I made my parents disappear. Ooh, this one looks scary. This would be better if we had an island in our hand. I think we need to mulligan. Ugh. It's a really good opening hand if we have an island. Having this in here though is nice. I'm keeping it. I just don't want to lose. See, now we get to know that we're facing a red deck, if that matters, earlier than usual. Two. Which will go unanswered for a bit, unfortunately. Would have been nice to have the Evolving Wilds in the opening hand. Curse of Hospitality. Creatures attacking enchanted player have trample, so he's enchanting me. Whenever a creature deals damage to enchanted player, that player exiles the top card of their library. That's good for us, kinda. Until end of turn, that creature's controller may play that card, and they may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast that spell. That's a weird card to run. Does that work in Limited well? Where are they? Where's my exiled cards that I can play at any time? It's in their hand? But, oh, they get to play it. I thought it said that, oh. Do we want to put out the 2/3 to block? I probably want to stop the bleeding earlier than later. They're running 3 colors too. I've got much more card advantage. Damn it. So I have my life link that I can put out there, so at least I can claw back some of that damage potentially that has been dealt to me. We can play the Drake with Nurturing Presence on it, get card draw. It will have +1/+1, but only until end of turn. But we'll also get a 1/1 flyer out there. Or do we want to leave the mana open? I think we'll leave the mana open for Fierce Retribution to, again, stop the bleeding. The only downside is can Disturb be cast like an instant? I do want the card draw, but like I don't want to lose the Drake and not be able to use the card draw effect, you know? But fuck it. I want the card draw. Do I not care about getting milled? I don't know anymore. How many cards are left in my 24 left? He has a training guy over there. Oh, each of up to 2. Fuck. God damn it. I don't know how these cards work. So you can't put 2 counters on one creature. You have to put it on... The other one had to go on the fucking Quartermaster himself. Ugh. This is the simplicity that I desire from Hearthstone. Anyways, rough times learning a set as you play it. Rough times, man. You can't do it on the Quartermaster itself. Oh, okay. Really? Two other target. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I think I've lost. Like, this just hasn't gone well, so whatever. Mill the fuck out of me. Now I get this card. Who knows? Maybe I can claw my way back in because they only do have 2 cards in hand. Let's draw more. Or do I want to finally do some destroying of his creatures and blocking? This will also block. I have no idea what just happened. Oh, it becomes yeah, okay. Let's do some chump blocking next turn, I guess. Lifelink, I should be attacking, shouldn't I? I'm getting kind of frustrated because my brain's getting scrambled. Like, this is much more complicated for me than the last deck I ran, and I'm just getting a little overwhelmed by all the fucking interactions. When we sacrifice 1 or more blood tokens, target creature can't block this turn. Okay. But yeah, I could have been getting life back. So I'm a little bit tilted because I'm missing so many things. I'm like, don't love the deck. Missing a lot of stuff. Trample. They both have trample. What just happened? I have no idea what just happened. I'm so confused. I don't know. You know, I'm conceding. I'm really tilted, and I don't think I'm winning this. And I'm just so confused by what's happening. Like, there's so many fucking things at play here. And this is the problem with, like, Magic. Hearthstone's so simple. Ugh. And I've just missed so much in this game, in this match. All right, so we have 1 more loss, but who knows? Maybe with our Flyers, we can eke out a couple more wins with some early flying. That's the other thing. I have been getting kind of, like, we curved well on our second game. The other 2, horribly. And it's a low curving deck, and yet, what the fuck is this? 4 land. With only... 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay, it'll be training itself. That's all right. We'll keep that. What do we get rid of? Keep the bodies. Get rid of the removal. We have more removal for later down the road. We'll keep the mana to make sure we have the mana we need. I'll go get a forest. The only forest in the pack. Okay, we'll put out our trainee. At least we have our 1/2 that will become a 2/2 when he attacks with this one. Did he exploit a creature? He didn't, right? No, he didn't. He couldn't. We have good defense on turn 2. No attacks. This will become a 2/3 soon, hopefully. Maybe, if I attack. And it looks like I can. This is a 1/1, okay. Like, yeah, I think I can attack this turn then. Seems like a good idea. Although this, no, that's temporary, so that's a good thing. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. And then I can untap him. Trained that guy. Let's get one more mana. And then we have a really good curve out. We're gonna lose that guy. Maybe? He wants to get rid of. So we got the 4/3 out because another creature died. Desperate Farmer has lifelink now. 4/3. When Daybreak, combatants enters the battlefield, target creature gets plus. Okay. I'll let those guys through. I want to stop the life linking, so I'll trade that. Do I want the 4/2 to go through? It's only this once, otherwise it's going to be 2/2 from now on, so I'm okay with that. So I won't get the benefit of training anymore with 3/3 out there. Come on, give me a land, give me a land. You fucking piece of shit. God damn it. Anywho. Ugh. God damn it. I don't know. Did I make a bad deck, really bad deck, or like am I getting bad draws? He can sacrifice his spinning time to create a return up to 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. You can get that guy back. As if I didn't get it. He's got the card draw. It's time for mana to do it. He's got his 5 lands. I don't have mine. I'm racing him at this point, like. Yeah, I'm not going to use this on that one. I want to, like, maybe hard cast it later on, like, a flyer, because, like, we're racing. He's got the advantage if we're racing. No, fuck it. We got to stop that. If there's a chance of a race, we're even on card advantage, except that he's got the ability to draw into some right there. Are you fucking kidding me? With how low this fucking deck curves, you're telling me I have nothing to cast on turn 5? Like, For 3 turns. What? This is like my 3 most expensive cards in my entire deck is sitting right in my hand. I have nothing more than this. They're all right here. Magic the Gathering, guys. Now I might want to play a little bit more conservatively. When does this transform? When you attack with exactly 2 creatures. So we want to keep, we don't want him to have 2 creatures. Yay, a 5th land! All right, and we can pump up our guys. Maybe now I can think about racing again. And I have card advantage. Come on. He's got plenty of card draw options, and he can bring back some of the guys for 4 mana. He can bring some guys back from the graveyard. It's expensive, but he can do it. What did he just fucking do? Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. Gain face control on turn. Create a blood token. Alright, so I'm taking 3 to the face, 6 to the face total. That helps his cause for... I'll defend against the deadly... Is it a... He thought it would transform right away. Why didn't it? Oh, it did. He has 2 extra red in his mana pool right now. And so he could cast something potentially. Do I care that this is a 3/3 then? Maybe I should let it through. I'm gonna let it through. 6? No blocks. That's only temporary right there. No, I want to keep my 3/3. I'm going crazy. I want to end this. How did it become a how did it get extra? I'm so confused. What? Oh. Oh, it has that ability. I didn't read the last ability because I was so fucking overwhelmed. I don't know if this will make him second guess any choices having an extra mana open, but I'll toss it out there because I don't know the set, whether that like will give him some fear. I don't think it will in limited. He's gonna just want to try to end it. He's only got 1 card, so if he top decks something, it's either oh well, he can do more top decks here now. Oh, he's not. He's not gonna just. All right, I might. I lose that card. That's fine. I might win. I think I win. That was an emotional one, guys. Somebody says play against the AI until you get familiar with the deck. I can play against the AI with my limited deck? Is that true? I can do practice matches with my limited deck? I got a new thing. This is for just the daily challenges. You can save it as a deck list. Alright, well since this next round determines whether and I'm on tilt a little bit, that's a good suggestion, Shadow Chat. How about I'm not going to play against AI. I'm just going to go into standard ranked. Well, that's not fair though, is it? For me. How do you play against AI? I don't even know how to... Oh, bot match. So I don't know where my deck went then. I saved it to my deck list, but it's not in here. That's weird. I'll go back into my... It's added to my decks, added to my inventory. Going back home. Oh, I have to alter to make 60 cards. So yeah, can I really not play with 40 cards against a bot? Fuck it. I'm just gonna play a human. I don't care. Whatever. I know the deck. I fucking know the deck. I'm not gonna like do any better. I'm not gonna. Whatever. Good suggestion, but let's just get this over with. I really hope I win though, because I'd like to draft again today. I'll have another chance at a better run. So my first limited run, I did a 4-3 run where I won the first 4 in a row, and then lost 3 in a row. And it felt like the ones I lost 3 in a row, 2 of them felt a little bit crappy. It felt like unfair, like I just got bad draws. But terrible opening hand. Holy shit! I don't think I have any choice but to keep this one. And I'll get rid of... Do I dare get rid of these really good guys? I'll get rid of the forecasting cost too. Let's hope I get drawn to some early game here. This deck is full of early game. At least I got early game removal for that guy over there. Do I care? It's a 1-2. That guy I care about. Alright, so I'll do it on him. So I'm taking 1 damage per turn for now. Could be worse. Get that guy the fuck out of here. We might get our shield bash out in 2 turns, which, wow, he's running 2 of these, what I consider to be weak cards. Maybe I valued them badly. Being punished for my rollout. Very weak rollout. What a fucking rollout he had. Amazing rollout for him. Here comes my shield basher. He can defend against the 1-2s at least. Maybe Quartermaster can help me out. He's not going to attack with the 1-2s. Do I trade? I've got card advantage, so I'm going to trade. I can't afford this much life, and I'll have the 3-3 next turn. Wow. And I would have kept it. I would have traded. Ah, this is just a bad day, guys. And now it doesn't go on anything. Five mana, 3/3 flyer. This deck wasn't great, but it wasn't this bad, conceding. That's just sad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad as it went. Partially my fault for some misplays, not knowing the cards well enough, but a lot of really bad opening hands, just horrible. Like, horrible draws, horrible, like, the deck peaks at 5 mana. And our hand was, oh yeah, there we go. Our hand was constantly full of 5 mana cards. Constantly. All of our highest casting cost cards were in our hand. So we're 100 gems short of being able to go again, unfortunately. $5 drafts. I don't want to start spending money already, guys, so I'm sorry. Is that good? Got some wild cards. But that's Magic. Dual lands. I'm sad. So, in order to save up again, it's going to take a while, guys, to do another one of these, unfortunately. It'll take probably about like 4 or 5 days to get back to another draft, unfortunately. You think using the serpents would have worked? I don't know that you can really use hindsight on this. We had a deck that tops out at the 3-drops. And how many 3-drops did we see? We had one round where I saw my 3-drop flyers come out. Like, that deck just didn't play out the way it was designed. So it's hard to have any hindsight on how it could go. Had we played enough matches to see it try to do the flying strategy, it topped out right at 3 and 2. Like, it curved low, and we saw no low curving. We saw nothing in the early game except for one round. The one I won was the early curve came out. So it's hard to, I don't think that hindsight really works on that, unless you could have seen some matches where it did what it was supposed to do. If the deck does curves or does whatever it looks like it will do, then you can say, did that work or not? But when the deck doesn't even do the thing it was designed to do, when it doesn't even like play the way it should have, if it just got like either flooded or screwed or just shitty opening hands, I had to mulligan like 3 times over the course of those 4 games. Yeah, then you can like look at it and say like, well, you know, the flying, we tried it, it didn't work. I didn't even get to try the flying. There was only one round where I had my flyers on the board. It sucks being short 100 gems. Sometimes it just doesn't work. The heart of the cards don't work out. It's you know what really sucks is that I missed out on a code that gives you 2,000 gold a couple days ago. And then I missed out on a thing where you get to exchange your gold for gems a couple days ago. Which sucks too. Yeah, but the deck, we can look at the deck list again just to like do a post-mortem. Just to do a post-mortem, just to anybody who joined late, to look at what we were dealing with here. It tops out at 2, and we barely saw any fucking 2-drops. Well, it tops, creature-wise, it tops out at 3, like I said. It has lots of utility in the two casting costs. That's mostly removal. No, I like, it was Not, like I said, not a great deck. It wasn't as bad as it looked, though. How do you arrange these so that they look different? There's a way to make it look like... Change the view. I forget how you do that. Oh, like this, I think. Change deck layout. So here we go. Like, never saw the Bramble Armor. When you think about Bramble Armor and Ceremonial Knife being played on flyers, like, look, we have a 3/3 defender, 2-drop, that we saw in 1 game out of 4. And we had games where we desperately needed to see him. No, I stand by this deck to some extent. I'll reiterate, not a great deck, nowhere near as bad as it played. We had a forest almost every game to play this if it came into our hand. It didn't. We got a 2/3 flyers that can't block, but they're 2/3 flyers that can come out on turn 3, and we saw them in 1 game. We saw these cards. I have 3 5-drops. We saw the 3 5-drops in my hand, at least 2 of them in every game. The 5-drops sitting there. And we had 1 game where I had to pass 2 turns with only 4 mana and couldn't play them. Like, fuck, man. This fucking game, it'll drive you crazy. Hearthstone did so much for collectible card games when they added in obligatory mana. You get a new mana gem every turn, no matter what. And they can be cast on any creature, no color problems, stuff like that. But of course, Magic's committed to it. They can't change their game fundamentally, but it can lead to such frustrating moments. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Good boy. But, yeah, it makes me sad, because I think it could have gone 3 wins. I think this was one of potentially the most exciting cards in here, to be able to make... Well, it costs 4 to equip it, though, right? Oh, but it attaches for free for the first time. So, yeah, like, bringing this out on one of my many cheap flyers early game could end a lot of games really early. And this is a decent late game, in my opinion. These guys, they just ended up in my hand too early. All right. Hindsight. It feels bad, because I wanted to play a little bit more than that, but... how the fuck am I... Pyro Ninja, how am I going to run a colorless deck in draft? I don't think this set allows for colorless drafts. You're a good boy, bud. So off show, I've been going through, buddy, easy. Yeah. I've been doing standard ranked. I think I'm like, I'll play a match of standard ranked. Just to talk about it, I think I'm close to getting tier 1 silver now, after about a week. I'm doing pretty good in standard rank. I only do it, obviously, to grind out gold, but it's, like I said at the top of the show, it's been pretty fun playing with just these basic, you know, the strategies that are already there. You're mostly facing at these lower rungs. You're facing these decks the most, so you kind of know what you're going to be facing as well. Come on up. Come on over here. Keep these. Get rid of Celebrant? No, I'll get rid of one of the mana. Get rid of this. I recommend everybody hop in. Hop in and play a little bit of this and see what you think, because it's unlike Hearthstone, you can do a lot more for free right off the bat. You can do way more than you can in Hearthstone right off the bat. Avalanche Caller. Turns Snowlands into 4/4s until end of turn. Bring out the 2/2. Or do I want to create a treasure token so that I can cast what do I want to put out? Story Seeker? This one probably makes sense right now, I think. Lifelink 2/2. But yeah, like, you can go in and play with a huge variety of decks. They give you such a big card pool to start right off the bat. It's a lot of fun. With cool themes. Facing this wizard-style deck, you may put a land card from your hand in the battlefield tap, draw a card, you control 8 or more lands, you draw 2 cards. Interesting card. 4/5 doesn't untap during untap step. Whenever you gain life, you can untap them. 4/5 Defender. I could probably attack for free. But do I want to? They'll lose. Yeah, I don't want them to have that. That probably won't. They probably won't sacrifice their legendary. I think this is some free life. Sure. I think. I don't know how these decks work completely. I haven't played it a lot, but there are a lot of free codes for promo packs as well. Yeah, people have told me that there's tons of free promo packs. A lot of those promo packs are for old sets, not the current sets, but still neat that you get a bunch of free codes, and they give them out every so often, I guess, through their Twitter maybe. 2 snow-colored mana. Becomes a Spirit Warrior with base power of 2/3 toughness. 3 snow-colored. If Ascendant Spirit is a warrior, put a flying counter on it. It becomes a Spirit Warrior Angel with a base power of 4/4. If Ascendant... Okay, so that thing is going to keep getting bigger and more scary. Okay. More free life gain, I think, here. I don't think they'll block my 2/2. I think that goes against their deck strategy. They probably don't want to take it to the face, though, but they can just keep blocking with that. But I don't think I'll lose the creature. I think I'll gain some life from this. Hugo does have a lot to say. Do I want to scry? Well, I already have this, right? I don't need another one of those right now, no. I'm doing pretty good with this deck. So this is going to gain me more life. Creates me a treasure token. Makes Moondancer scry again. No, it doesn't? Wait. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, so he doesn't count for that. But I'll start gaining life every time a creature comes out. If I'd played him first, then him, I would have gotten an extra token, I think. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for a snow land card. Reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. It gets +1/+0 for each other snow land permanent you control. Snow permanent you control. Okay, and that includes snow creatures. Snow creature. You're not going to attack with everything. That would be a bad idea for you. So you got a 6/4 over there. I have a thing that can this deal with that bear? Put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature. If it was kicked, choose any number. So I can either put 2+2+ out there, or target player gains X life, where X is the greatest. Or target creature you control fights another creature. Can I afford to pay the kicker? 5 mana? I can't. Oh, I can. So, do I want anybody to fight somebody else? I could do it with the Lurking Roper. Pay the kicker. I don't know if I'm doing this right. So, target a player, target a creature you control, target a creature you don't control. What? I didn't cancel it. What the fuck just happened? I guess I'll pass the turn this time. What the fuck just happened? Why does it skip ahead if I run out of time? Why doesn't it give me another... It's fucking stupid. Fuck. What the fuck? So I was out of timeouts, and then it just like skips the phase. I don't need that card. I don't need that card either. So lame. Once I can just recognize and know the cards by the art, it'll be a lot less. I do better off the show because I am not talking at the same time, so I can read, which helps. So this doesn't have trample or anything. That does. Whenever a land card put in your graveyard from anywhere, put a +1/+1 counter on. I don't fucking know, because there's too much reading to do. Sure, man. Do 8 damage. I do want that. Leave it on the top. So I don't really mind that he's doing 2 damage per turn. I mean 8 damage when he attacks, because I'm doing a lot more right now. And now he doesn't have that defender over there. gonna chump block. It's the Let's Player's curse. Talking while they play. Yeah. This job's easy though. Hugo's loving this little bed that I made for him. I gotta say, now that we got the couch here, and these blankets, and my sweater, and my pajama pants, this is the coziest show available this month. Tell your friends. Wow, that guy didn't care how much damage he was gonna take. Shit. Does he have a card that I don't know about? That's gonna win him the game this turn? Overrun? So we made a 4/4 out of that by spending 3 snow-colored mana. It's a flyer. Gets to attack this turn because it technically wasn't summoned. I could use this to make something fight another creature. Let's see what they do. I spent a Christmas break watching Fraser's Skyrim Lonesome shows. That was cozy. That was a crazy time. Okay, before the turn ends, do I want to... Nah, I'd rather kick it. And I have this card now. Deals its damage to target creature or planeswalker you don't control and the permanent dies. Okay. So I'll be able to untap. Kick this. Looks like I'm doing pretty good. I don't know, man. Today's been rough. This deck's crazy. That seems pretty good to keep. But it's legendary and I already have one out there. They're all attacking you, asshole. Just die. He's just gonna chump block the hell out of this. You sort it out. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we do. And sometimes I remember doing in Magic, being like, figure it out, defender. I don't fucking know. They're all attacking. Math is for blockers. Ugh, math. Yeah, so in an ideal situation in Magic, if I had to play Constructed a lot, I would... Ooh, maybe I'll have 2 creatures fight real quick, now that he's spent the mana on that. Fight. Target creature I control fights that one. Bam bam, I just took down a 4/4. And I gain life for it, which triggers all the other life. Man, this is crazy when it goes off, this deck. Holy crap. Yeah, sure, give me some removal. That was fun. That was a nice palate cleanser after a bad draft. Let's play one more of these. It's fun. It's fun to win. Who knows if I'll win again, but... Seems like an okay opening hand for this deck. Battlefield Raptor, a 1/2 that what? For applying first strike. See, that's simple. That's a nice simple card. Why is that? Like, it used to be the exception that cards in Magic had like an insane amount of text that had all these like crazy rule sets to them. I liked it when those cards with the paragraphs of text were the exception in Magic. That's a good card. You know, keep it simple. The next show will have 2 guaranteed drafts if I want it, yeah. I think that's how it goes. Don't you get automatic gems? At least 100, or I don't know. I would have to go 0, 0, or like 0 for to not be able to draft again, maybe? Moon Dancer. And I could potentially save my Moon Dancer next turn if I had something that dealt damage to it. If I want another mana. Probably should get some mana. It'd be a bad thing to scry mana away if I only have 3 lands currently. Like, obviously, once you get to know the cards and you've been in the set for a bit, the paragraph long text just becomes like much simpler because you know how the card works. But even once you've learned the card, sometimes you get caught unaware. Like, you forget an and or a if on the card text and you fuck it up. When Maul of Sky Claves enters the battlefield attached to a target creature you control, creature is +2/+. Okay. Sure. So it's a flyer with 2/2. That's an amazing limited card. But it's from the previous set, so you won't see it much. This little guy also, when you exile cards, gets bigger. Well, those flyers are going to have to get by. Getting our life gang. Do we want this so we can play this Pillar Drop Rescuer next turn? 2/2 flyer. Returns guys back from my graveyard. I won't be playing that next turn, so I might actually get rid of the basic land just to see what kind of options we'll have next turn instead. Scry abilities cannot be undervalued. They can really have a lot of utility. Add 1 mana of any color or add mana.
Okay. Sure. That'll help us maybe get to playing that game. Do I remember Shahrazad? I don't think I played that set. There were periods of Magic history where I like ducked out and didn't play the set. The few sets before Ravnica I never played. What is this guy doing? Settle down. He's exiling cards. It's got Vigilance now. So he might block my Moon Dancer next turn, but at least I've got some, what the fuck? Is it temporary Vigilance? What the hell's going on? What the fuck did he just do? He gave it to that too, so it's... Okay, dude. That looks good. I'm about to gang 2 life. I can't defend. Can I win, though? I don't think I can win. Of course, Celebrant doesn't need to go out there, but... Let's see what happens here. First strike, won't matter.
Almost got to win. He can deal 9 damage now. He has 3 in hand. I think I win. I win. Well, I mean, he can chump block next turn, so let's see. But the fact that I can use Tendrils next turn, the fact that he's attacking, he might have been able to... Because I'm gonna gang life first. I don't know, maybe I don't win, because I can't block. I can only block 1, and this gives +2/+2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need at least, I can't. He has to, though, block at least one of them with a chump. He has to block 2. Okay, unless he top decks, I think I win. Because he has to chump block, so he's going to lose a damage here. One of the damages he needs to win. So even if he equips... he can only do 5, 6 damage, and he needs to do 7. What does he have in hand? Double strike, disturb. He can give a creature double strike. Shit, he wins. I didn't even... Cool, though. Close game. That was fun. Too bad I didn't have anything that could, like, stop the guy in the air. But yeah, you can play this and, like, play this deck. I earned it on day 3 of playing or something like that. You earn a new deck. In 5 hours I'll have it. No, 5 minutes I'll have a new deck to earn. I'll wait 5 minutes. Give me a second and we're going to see if we can earn a new deck today. Just to round out the show so it doesn't feel like a complete defeat today. Earning new decks is fun. Stay tuned. I'll be back in a minute.
Hey guys. I don't think I want to open packs today. And aren't those pack codes for old sets anyways? Most of them? 1 minute until we get a new... They'll tell us what the conditions are for earning a new set, a new pack. So, also, you earn gold throughout the day
through quests, which I won't get a new quest for another 3.5 hours. But each time a new day starts, which I guess is going to start in 1 minute too, you earn 250 gold for the first win of the day. Then 100 gold for the next, like, 3 wins. And then, like, 50 gold for the next few wins. And then you start earning cards. I'm not sure if you start earning gold again at any point. But here we go. Let's see what the new deck is that I could earn today. This is crazy to me. This is insane. I used to pay these decks that they're giving us, these new decks that I'm earning, I used to pay 14 bucks a piece for. Like, just to like get them, I would buy a set of 5 when a new set came out. I'd buy all the new decks that they'd made just to play with Becky, pre-made decks. So, what the fuck's this? They said I'd earn a new deck. Looks like it's not always a new deck. Sometimes... What? So it's not always a new deck? A mythic rare wild card is pretty awesome though, I guess. Probably if you like to play constructed. That's probably to some people way better than a new deck. You have to play blue or black cards to do it. Sure, let's play a couple more matches, guys. What do I want to play for blue or black? I'll play Treasure Hunt, which is a really fun... Oh wait, I did earn... What's Control Center? Oh, I did earn a new deck. Here it is. I haven't played this deck yet. Here's a new deck I've never played, and this is blue and black. Control Center, it's called. A blue-black control deck. So if it's a control deck, that probably means I don't know what this deck is. I'll be learning my own deck as I play. Kind of fun if you want to look at it that way. It's all about keeping the board under control until late game. Counter target creature, planeswalker spell, unless its controller pays 3, so that keeps things under control. 2/1, enters the battlefield if it was kicked, return target instant or sorcery from your graveyard to hand. So I get this back if I want, the deck's turn. It seems like an okay opening. Target creature gets XX, where X is 7 minus the number of cards in that creature's controller's hand. Early removal. Target opponent discards 2 cards if fewer than 2 cards were discarded. Oh, that looks alright. Let's keep these. Not knowing what this deck does. Put the Ice Tunnel out there. It's a dual land, giving me blue or black. How many people are watching, by the way? I don't know how interested people are in these shows. So I can deal 2 damage to that thing, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I could probably put this out. Yeah, I can destroy that if I want. And I probably want to. 57? That's a reasonable amount of interest. People to hang out. 2/4 flyer. Flying, whenever it enters the battlefield, you gain life equal to that creature's toughness whenever another angel or cleric comes in. As long as you have 7 more than what you started with, it becomes a 4/6. That seems really good for them. And I have no answer. Huh. So let's hope they don't have angels ready to play right now, because I'm in trouble otherwise. I don't want to foretell this yet because I need to keep my counter spell ready. At least I'll be able to prevent it from giving itself life. I'll be taking 2 damage per turn, but at least I can do this to... That's a cleric, so I'll reject it. So I'm getting the hand card advantage right now, slowly but surely. Destroy target creature if this spell was foretold, scry 2. Or, yeah, I probably want to destroy that angel right now. Wait a second, but I could foretell it for 2 and then cast it. How does that work? It has to be a later turn. I could cast it next turn. I'm gonna see if that's how that works. I don't know, but I'm learning the cards. Oh, they tapped the wrong. Oh, no, they didn't. They didn't. So I could play this right now. No, I have to wait. But can I play it next turn? Like right now? Because it is technically another turn. There we go. Keeping that board clear. Scry 2. Do I want blue mana? I should probably keep the blue mana on top, but maybe I don't need that card right now. Oh, I don't need the blue mana on top. Shit, I didn't realize I had a swamp in hand. Uh-oh. Spirit Soldier, Defender, Flying Vigilance, the beginning of your upkeep. If it has 2 or fewer judgment counters on it. So it's a defender, it's just gonna sit there for a bit. Until it gets 3. Here's my mythic. Desert Doom has ward 4 as long. What is ward? Whenever a permanent with ward becomes target. Okay. So they have to pay 4 extra to target this. When it deals damage to a player, draw a card. Then if you have fewer than 3 cards in hand, draw a card equal to the difference. So this is really good late game card draw. Cool. He gets his own animation and everything. So I missed my opportunity to get him to discard 2 cards. I could bring back something from my graveyard with the kicker cost on this other guy. I could bring back Flunk if I want. It would cost me 6 to bring it back. I probably want Poison the Cup back, actually. I want this to open as defending. This guy probably knows that I have Skull Raid. Like, he's probably seen this deck a million times because it is a pre-made deck. I'm just gonna hard cast this because I don't want him to have any tricks up his sleeve. I probably want to get rid of that one as opposed to that one. Wait. What is this shit over here? Like, when does it become that? When it goes to the graveyard? Or no, he could have... When does it transform? I have no idea. I'm not going to kill it. I'm just going to kill the 4/5. Because it has lifelink and I don't want the unicorn to get bigger. But they do have the Hallowed Priest out there. Oh, that's fine.
Can I play this as an instant once it's foretold? Are foretells instants? Should probably start defending again. Because I don't have card advantage. He doesn't know that, but I know that. Why is he doing this? He wants it to die so that it becomes this, but this isn't... Okay. That was a... I don't know what's happening. Why does he want this to die? So it's in his hand again now? Where does it say that that happens? I don't understand that card. This one just gets into discard cards, okay. Now what's it doing? It's Sinner's Judgment. At the beginning of your upkeep, put a judgment counter on it. Then, if there are 3 or more counters on it, enchanted player loses the game. So he's enchanted me? I don't understand it. Where's the disturb cost? Oh, it's down at the bottom. It's like way at the bottom for 7. Holy shit. So that's his win condition. So I have to win in 3 turns with my... I have no choice but to win like this, because in 3 turns I lose. I guess I'll do this. Top 2 cards, put any number of them in your graveyard and the rest back on top of your library. This can go into the graveyard. Do I want this? Oh, it's this again. I'll put those both in. I don't know if that was a good move. I don't know how it works. Engulf. Exile a non-use creature an opponent controls. I'll probably want to... I'm going to keep this in case he puts out a flyer to defend against my only chance at winning here. So at this point with 14 life, I don't care how buff his creatures get, really. I don't think he can win faster than turn 3 anyways, so like all I care about is getting through. Oh, he's gonna gang life though, which makes the turn clock work less for me. The attack doesn't matter though. I wish I'd understood that card. I would have let him attack more maybe, I don't know. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent loses 2 life and you gang 2 life. Well, that changes the clock. Do I want to get rid of his life gang then? I think I need to get rid of the Impassioned Orator so that I still have a chance. So
So do I win next turn, or does he top deck out of it? Oh, I forgot that he draws me cards. I feel like I win. What is he gonna get though? What could he do? What could he get to win? What could he do to get 12? A flying defender. Now I win. Yay! I win. He can't win at this point. Unless I've misread one of the cards, but I think I win no matter what. God, I could not understand this card because I didn't see the disturb down there at the bottom, the very bottom. 4, 7, 8, 9. A favorable trade. I'm just doing this because he's hoping I just make a mistake. At least he let it play out, so good on him. Phew!
Did I hit a new tier? Silver tier rank 1. So I might be starting to reach the level of play where if I don't start to put change my deck a little bit, I might be at a disadvantage. Like, I'll play one more with that deck. It was interesting.
I'm not against the late game if you can keep the board clear. I prefer a really aggressive deck so that I don't reach late game and that the board doesn't get complicated or gummed up, because I hate complicated boards. But if you are keeping the board clear, then it doesn't really matter, right? Oh my god. Have to hope that we draw into some more lands. At least I can claw back one piece of card advantage with the Elderfang Disciple, who forces him to discard. But this deck needs control, and I don't have any control cards in here. I mean, this can remove, so that's good, I guess, but I don't have counter spells or anything. When Kala's Blood Mage enters the battlefield, choose one. Create a 1/1 black and green pest creature with, when this creature dies, you gain a life, or you draw a card and you lose 1 life, or exile target player's graveyard. The entire graveyard. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put any number of them. I do need to do this right now so that I can guarantee I'm getting some land coming. And I'm not, so... However... Removal or land? I have a piece of removal that I can cast if I get land, so I'm putting those both in the graveyard. I drew a card.
And it is Foiler Scheme, counter target spell, but I don't have the mana to cast it. Draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards, learn their secrets. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and haste. It becomes at night a 3/4. My land is slow. At least I can foretell. I've got this little 1/1 out there, and now, does foretell count as passing a turn? Because I technically didn't cast it, so I let that become a 4 at 3/4. That sucks. And now in order to make a day, I have to cast 2 things in 1 turn, correct? That's a 5/4 attacker. At least I'll kill it next turn. So I will block just to prevent the damage. Oh. Trample. Shit. Fantastic. On the bottom. Claw back some card advantage. He's at 4 cards now. I can foretell it right now. Not now, next turn. What is that? We got some Eldritch shit going on here. Neither day nor night it becomes... If it's neither day nor night, well, it's night, it becomes day as the Celestial Sentiment. Okay. Add 1 color of any mana. Okay, mana of any color. If it's night, it becomes day. Otherwise, so this guy can control day and night now. He can also draw cards when that happens. Well, I shouldn't use Skull Raid yet. I should keep my counter spell ready. I gotta wait and watch. That's what a blue-black control deck does. I'll use Skull Raid when he's down to 2 cards, so that he has no choice for what cards he discards. You find the villain's lair. So this is the Dungeons and Dragons activation set. Whenever he attacks, add the stuff. Wait a second, that only cost me... Countering it. Let's hope he doesn't have something better the next. What else has he got in hand? Good, the gamble paid off. And now we got our big old dragon out here, which can't be like he can't even shoot this guy because he'd have to pay 4 extra generic to hit him. So we have a 5/5 flyer that really can't be answered now. If he had a red counterspell, imagine that. Okay, a 3/3, sacrifice it, destroy target artifact or enchantment. When Frenzy Trapbreaker attacks, destroy target artifact or enchantment, defending player controls. And then in the daytime, he is Human Werewolf 2/2. Okay. Do I want to exile his... I don't think I want to exile his graveyard. I think I would like more card draw for this 2/1. Card draw. Keep the Skull Raid in hand. lose a life, but I get card draw. And I don't want to attack right now with, well, do I want to attack and just sack this guy as a chump? Can I foretell this? I can. I can get 2 cards right now. I think that's worth it. I'll chump block to get 2 cards right now, because technically the Skull Raid is not in my hand. I get 2 cards from this ability, I think, if I read the card right. That's good. And now I'll be able to kill it with this. Cards in hand are answers in hand. He's got lots of cards in hand. He's not playing much. So I'm probably gonna use a chump blocker because my life is too low to take. Unless this is trample, it doesn't. So chump blocking. It's worth it to me. I'll play a swamp next turn and flunk, and then I'll draw 2 cards. So I can do chump blocking because I can afford the card advantage. What? What? He just gave it trample. Okay. Well, anyways. I won't be able to draw 2 cards, but 1 card still. This is gonna give him -3. Yeah. And I attack for 5. I'm not gonna let him discard yet. I'm playing the long, long game here. I'm getting flooded, but at least I got card draw to prevent the flood. To mitigate the flood, rather. Oh no. Daybound, Nightbound. It's a Planeswalker that's day and Nightbound. Trample, Indestructible, Haste. Oh my. Yeah, so that happened. Maybe I should have, I would have lost my guy. Considering I mulliganed twice, I think that came real close. That was a damn close game, considering I had to mulligan twice at the beginning and he didn't have to at all. Alright, much better opening hand, it looks like. I think. Yeah, that looks good. We'll keep those. We got reject, so that gets rid of early stuff. So even though we have plays, we want to keep them in hand because we want the choice to reject. If we see what they lay down and it's something that either this Royal Mage or this Disciple can handle, then we're okay with that. But otherwise, we want to hold on to stuff and wait and watch. I typically don't like to play control decks, but I'm willing to, F around for fun. Now that we have Poison the Cup, we might be able to afford bringing out something. Is that how I should play it? Nah, I'm gonna play control. True control. We're waiting, we're watching. They know it too, because they're a green deck that didn't make a turn 2 play. So whatever their 2-drop is, they want to keep it. They know that I have reject. Oh no, did they get mana screwed? All right. What are the specs for this game on PC? I have no idea, Selma Malik. But it runs on tablets and phones. I think it runs on phones. I know it runs on tablet. It'd be hard to design a game like this and have it run on a phone with all the screen real estate you need in order to play a card game. Like, they designed Hearthstone so that it would run on phones. They made sure that the board can't get too complicated by only allowing 7 at any given time. So that was smart, because then it makes it so it can always fit on the screen when you're playing mobile. Another good opening hand, I think. We always want to have reject, so we have options early on. Roll a d20, draw 2 cards. Or scry 2, draw 2 cards, or scry 3, then draw 3 cards for 4 mana. Come out right away with a blue. Oh, we don't need that to come out right. Either one for that. Blue-black deck. A 1/3. Whenever you gain life, each player opponent loses 1 life. Sacrifice another creature. She gets +X+0, where X is the number of was the sacrificed creature's power. So I guess that'll be attacking me for a while until they get down in their hand and I use Flunk on it, maybe. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I can only do 2 damage to it right now. Is it worth? I don't think it's worth killing like that. I think we wait still. We want to reject cards. A 1/3 attacker isn't the worst. I don't love that it's out there, but he's holding on to cards too. He knows that he can't. Oh, you gang for a life. Learn. What is learn again? What is learn? It's not saying what it is next to it. They can discard a card to draw a card, or get a lesson card from their sideboard, and the lesson card is what? Create 2 1/1 black and green pest creature tokens. When this creature dies, you gain 1 life. Okay. Creates pests. So I can't, I cannot counter that with what I have. Do I want to exile that shit over there? I feel like I want to keep reject open right now. I'm afraid of closing off my option to reject. I feel like eventually I'm going to be poisoning this creature. It's funny that she has a cup, because I'll probably be using poison the cup on her. But I don't think I want to lose my ability to reject a creature. Yeah, that was a flavor win right there. Poison the cup. Is it actually her in poison the cup? No, it's a different person. Could you imagine if it was the same creature? That would be so cool. At least maybe now we'll be getting some damage back.
They're afraid to cast. Oh, they dropped this. Okay. Okay. Flunk still won't work on that creature.
I'm waiting to potentially use Funk, but it won't work until they lose more cards. And they're holding on to cards, like as though they know. I could play the turtle now. Tap it and up to one target creature an opponent controls. They don't untap during their control. Both of these don't untap. That's not great. I don't want that right now. I feel like I can use that on something else later. Oh, okay. Okay. That was probably taking too long. Plus they were getting mana screwed, so they were probably getting impatient. Did I get my... I don't know what my reward was. Let's play another one with this. It's kind of fun. Curate. Look at the top 2 cards of your library. Okay, yeah, I've seen that. Let's hope I draw into blue. I don't know if I should have kept that. I sweat the bed, says this guy. And he has that avatar, meaning he paid into... He bought the Mastery Pass. Shambling gas. And he's also got the... He's got some of this bling. Discard a card, you motherfucker. You piece of shit. He got rid of his mythic rare. Wow. Nope. Like this will come back. Wait, he can get a.
Do I want him to have a treasure token? Not this early in the game, so you can go through. I'll take the damage. I don't want you to have your treasure yet. Because treasure gives him extra mana, and that means he could have a 4-drop next turn or a 3-drop this turn. He just used this to sacrifice it anyways to give himself... Oh, he decided to kill my creature. He got 2 cards, he sacrificed that guy, and he gets treasure? Oh, because that creates a treasure token. Interesting. Let's see here. Should I be telegraphing? I don't know. True Control, I wouldn't even play that card. Even though I have nothing to play. Well, he knows I have no blue mana, so there's no harm in it. Because I was going to say, if I had blue mana, I should hang on to him and keep my mana open for a counterspell, but I don't have any. Even if I didn't have a counterspell, maybe I'd want to feign it, but I don't have blue. So I can't even feign that I have counterspell. However, I do have Flunk to get rid of anything he might drop. Not anything, but some of what he might drop. Ghoulish Procession. Whenever one or more non-black creatures die, create a 2/2 black, and that's on either side of the board. Zombie token with Decayed. This ability triggers only once each turn. Decayed is a creature with Decayed can't block. When it attacks, sacrifice it. So it's like Brittle. I love that I'm already using terms from Inscription. Because I think Brittle's the first time I encountered that dies after it attacks, a name for it. But they're calling it Decayed instead of Brittle. I think Brittle's better.
Infernal Grasp. You get the 2/2 zombie. Destroy target creature, you lose 2 life. And then, okay, that has Riddle, and it can't defend, so it'll only attack once, and I have defense against that, so that's fine, I guess. Discard another card. I need that hand to get smaller so that Clunk has some sort of power against you. I am now gold tier, y'all, and I earned every bit of it with these last 3 conceded games. Sometimes intimidation is the best weapon. They knew that it was hopeless. As soon as they saw me, they knew it was coming. What the fuck? So we have the worst draft ever, and then, like, how many of my opponents, like, those 3 in a row just conceded? I think there was at least 1 more today during my ladder climb concessions. Now we really must be reaching the stage where if I'm not customizing my decks with some better cards, I'm gonna hit a wall. I'm in tier 4 gold. How high does it go? How many more tiers? Because, like, you can't make the climb forever with just the default decks, but it is incredible how far you can climb with the default decks. It's a pretty bad opening hand. Diamond, then Mythic. That's bad. Mulligan. This is horrible. Platinum, then diamond, then mythic. So I'm like midway. I'm starting to face people who have, like, you know, vanity cards and have paid for the mastery pass and stuff. So I probably want to feign counterspell. You can get the mastery pass for free if you save up gems. So that's, I don't want to do that. Wait, is that worth it actually? Maybe that is worth it because, like, how many gems is it? Because you get a rebate, right? Like, you get tons of extra gold that way, so maybe you would get your... On one hand, you miss out, by saving up gems, you miss out on draft runs, but on the other hand, you will get back a bunch of gold, which allows you to... Be interesting to actually compare what's the better potential value long term in terms of wanting to do more drafts. As it comes into play, note your life total. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card if your total is greater than or equal to the last noted life total. When you cast a white spell, I'm just gonna counter that. I don't know how good that is, but I don't want them to have it. I got Poison the Cup to deal with potentially any spooky creature that comes out on their side. The Mastery Pass is 3,600 and there's about 1,200 gems to earn from it if you complete it. How much gold if you complete it? I could foretell, right? But I want to feign my open mana, so I'm not gonna foretell. Mastery Pass is in essence 2,400 gems because you get 1,200 back. Cleric. As Rally the Ranks enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Creatures you control with the chosen type gets +1/+1. I'm gonna foretell this. Keep my options open. Why'd he put this on him? Pacifism on a 1/1? What? Why would he do that? Because he knows that if he's playing this deck, he might lose it soon anyways? That's probably why. He probably knew he was gonna lose it soon. Why didn't I ever defend with this thing? Why did I let it through over and over? What was I doing? I don't even know what I was doing or why. I'll let it through. I want to keep my options open still. 4,000 gold, so that's not even worth one run. So yeah, it's not really worth it if you want to do a lot of drafting to get the Mastery Pass. They can go in the graveyard. I can hard cast that. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I don't know if I ever had a chance to defend with the Elder Fang. I don't think he attacked. Because I should have if he did. I don't think he did though. Otherwise I would have, I think. But I have been known to not pay attention. He's holding on to 2 cards. I thought he got rid of the pacifism in his hand because he was afraid of discard, but now I think I will destroy that. Oh, nice. Nice scry. Pseudo card draw, late game. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. Disturb is 2. What's its disturb? I don't know what it turns into when it's disturbed. What does it turn into? Flying. So it comes back as a 1/1 flyer for 2. Well, gelatinous cube seems overkill on that thing. I should probably play this now. Isn't it? Is it? No, you know it's not overkill because this gives me some board, gets his shit under control, and I'll draw into more answers. And in an emergency, I can play it for 2. I don't want to, but it lets him draw a card if I play it for 2. What's he doing? Enchant permanent. Enchanted permanent can't attack or block or crew vehicles, and its activated crew vehicles, and its activated abilities can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. Okay, well that's fine. Your guy, I think, is still trapped. Your guy is still trapped. Youthful Valkyrie
flying. Whenever an angel enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Youthful Valkyrie. You can keep that card if you want. For now. Should I start card drawing yet? Should I roll my d20 or should I get some more board? I'm gonna put this out there now. I don't need the card draw quite yet. I've got an answer for big bad cards, so I don't have to worry right now about card draw. Like a ship, you have to tap creatures to pilot. Artifact creatures that you have to crew before they become creatures. Wow, I want to see those cards. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under counter, you gain 1 life. This is gonna be a 3/3, right? I don't want him to have a card, so I'm not gonna do that now. Let's draw. Good. I didn't want to use Baleful Mastery on that Impassioned Order guy. It would have been overkill, I think. This guy, man. Uh-oh. Now we might want to start getting rid of these guys. 2/2 Angel. If you gain life, you gain that much +1. Angel of Vitality has +2/+2 as long as you have 25 or more life. Callous Blood Maid enters the field. You can draw a card, lose 1 life, exile target player's graveyard. Do I want to do that with his deck? I don't think he has stuff to bring back cards from the graveyard. I can bring this guy in for the kicker, which is a total of 6 casting cost. Then I wouldn't be able to cast what I bring back. Maybe later I'll bring him in for the kicker. Probably I should get rid of that thing. And do I want to draw a card now and show him I have nothing to counter? He's not playing conservatively. He won't care if I have anything to counter. He has not once cared. He's shown that he doesn't give a shit. And, like, yeah, he'll just play whatever he gets in his hand. So I'm gonna draw a card. Now I have a counterspell late game. That is awesome. Late game counterspells. Now I can really play with some confidence. Like, I don't even care if we're in a race situation because I know that he only has 1 card in hand and I can counter anything I want. I could bring back Baleful Mastery right now, but I want to keep the counterspell open now. He's playing another one. He's going to give it to Angels now. I'm going to let him have it. I'm not afraid of that card. I'm afraid of anything else he might have. I'll let him have that. I'm going to maybe... Oh, he's gonna start defending. He's gone on the defensive. Yeah, okay, so now we're in a waiting game, and that is my forte with this deck. So I'm hoping to draw into, eventually, the card that forces him to discard, because whatever he's got in hand, he's keeping it safe. No attacks. Like, I'm in complete control here. Yeah, we can't let him have that. However, are we willing to let him have it for one turn, deal 5 damage? That's a little bit dangerous. Deal 5 damage, keep the counter spell. That's expensive. I better counter it. I don't know if this is the right move. The alternative was having the Royal Mage go out and kill that creature, but now I have no choice. Oh, thank God I have reject now. We want Flunk, I think. Or do we want Poison the Cup? Let's get Flunk and try to start ending this game. This is less conservative, but I don't know if that's the right move. Again, I'm not a control player, so I get antsy. Keeping reject in hand, maybe, but I have another Royal Mage, so I can bring Flunk back again. And he only has that. All right, so now we're gonna end the game. That's what he was holding on to. Hey guys, I played a controlled deck. My back is starting to hurt. Might be time to wrap this up, guys. I'm a gold tier player, y'all. At least we won that win without him conceding. So that's a win. That's a real win. Did we get our mythic as a reward to everybody who's been kicking around? Do you want to... Oh, so this doesn't mean that I get to random mythic. It means I get to choose a mythic to have, which is pretty cool, I guess. And then we got a Honeymoon Hearse. Trample. This is a vehicle? Here we go. So it comes out as an artifact. Oh, that's really cool. All right, that is awesome. How have I not seen this? This is the current set? How have I not seen this yet? All right, maybe I've just ignored it. Trample. Tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Honeymoon Hearse becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. That's really neat. That's fun. And maybe down the line, if I felt like I needed to create a mythic to make one of my pre-built decks here better, I could do so. I've really enjoyed playing some of these. Savage Lands and Treasure Hunt I really enjoyed. Lifeline was okay. I'm not the big fan of Life Gang decks, and I don't love control decks either, even though I didn't mind playing it today. But yeah, having any mythic I want is very interesting to me. That's the fact that they did that is really cool. Like, wild cards so that you can open up anything or create any card you want. Anywho, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out with me today. It was a good show. It went about as long as I probably would have regardless, I guess. I was thinking around 4 to 5 hours if I drafted twice. I was hoping to draft it twice. I didn't think I'd go, what'd I go? One win? It was rough for the draft, but you know, in about a week, I'll have enough probably to draft again for free. I could potentially see investing a little bit into gems down the road, but for now, we have a pretty busy schedule, so it doesn't really matter. But I could see if I got real hard into Magic for a while. I know that there's been a lot of people out there who were sad when I stopped playing Hearthstone, so, you know, anybody who's been watching intently knows that I stopped Hearthstone because of Blizzard's decision to side with China over Hong Kong. and then I never really got back into it. When I finally came back, I just played a little. I ended up coming back and playing Overwatch, but I didn't get back into Hearthstone because I felt like I'd been gone again for too long and I wasn't ready to make the plunge. And then now Blizzard has like closed the door on ever going back to Hearthstone until Bobby Kotick steps the fuck down, you piece of shit. Anyways, so I've really been enjoying Magic though. I think that the draft, I actually think, here's something I was telling Becky and I didn't mention, on the show I don't think. Drafting in Magic is better than Hearthstone. Because while it is overwhelming, I will give that it is overwhelming when you don't know the set. That aside, in Hearthstone, you couldn't make, when a new set came out, there were two things. Like, you weren't drafting the new set, which I still can't believe they never fixed that. People who only played Arena in Hearthstone were always like, a new set came out, but it's not exciting to me because I'm going to have to draft all the old cards still. All the vanilla cards and stuff, like the new cards, you'd only get like one every so often. You'd get a new card, and you didn't get to see many cards either. You only see 3 per pack you open, so you didn't even have options. And because of that, you also couldn't make synergetic or fun decks in Arena. Because you only saw 3 per pack, you didn't have many options open to you strategically, and because you weren't drafting the new set exclusively, you couldn't make many interactions work that were supposed to work with the new set. So drafting Arena was a little bit boring sometimes because you just had to go for body value basically. Card value was all that mattered. Synergies didn't matter at all in Arena. Whereas with Magic, you can like from early on in your picks be like, today I am making a zombie deck. You can say that. You can say like, I'll probably be able to make a pretty good zombie deck just based on these 3 first picks. I'm confident I could make a good zombie deck today. And that's awesome. Like that you can make some really interesting draft decks, I think is much more interesting than Hearthstone. Again, I'm biased because I have a hate on for Blizzard right now, but I really do think that I'm quite impressed, though I have some misgivings about how complicated Magic can be and how long the games can get and how convoluted the interactions with the cards can get. I'm really a fan of Hearthstone's simplicity, but on the other hand, I am a huge fan of the draft format in Magic and a huge fan of the value and the fact that you can earn free drafts as opposed to Hearthstone where that's impossible. You can earn a lot of things in Hearthstone by playing free. Drafting is not one of them. In this you can, and that's huge too. So I'm impressed by that as well from Magic. All right, probably quite a few more shows to come, guys, especially this winter. I think this is a really good game to play. A lot of fun will be had. So Becky will return probably on the next show that we're live. She is off doing her Japanese test today, her exam. Probably message her soon to see how she did. We'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching. Alright guys, yeah, basically what I said. Next show could happen anytime. Keep an eye on Twitter, obviously, when we announce things. Probably, maybe a show tomorrow, I'm not sure. I have a business meeting. We're concocting more shows for Sega coming soon. But, so I think we're meeting with them tomorrow. But, yeah, keep an eye out. Bye-bye.